Mic check, 1 2 1 2. All praises to the ever present one. The all in all, the always was, is, and never shall be. Give me a vortex up in the chat if I can be heard, family. Trying to see if I can be heard. Give me a vortex up in the chat if I can be heard. Y'all see the title, How to Handle a False God, Part 1, the story of Osire, son of the Creator. We about to ruffle more than a few feathers. Believe that and know that. You feel me? We about to ruffle, disturb more than a few feathers today, baby. And then like, subscribe, share, tap in. You know, shout out to the haters, job jackers, and naysayers. Yeah. We love y'all too. Yeah. Bless up. Create a gang in the building. I see the gang. See, that's one thing about the gang, man. We don't fight fur. We jump niggas. Hey, I noticed that about the Angels, man. They ride out deep. They come through deep. It ain't even it ain't even fair. They come with so much light, they'll blind the false deities and gods, melt them. You're going to see that today about Osire. And no, we're not talking about Osiris, the false of Egypt, the spandex god. That is not who we're talking about. He like 7,000 years after the fact. You feel me? So we're going to get into it today. I think y'all going to like this. You dig? I think y'all going to like this. It's very, very marvelous. And it'll let you know that, the creator is all unique and special. You feel me? So none of us should have any desire to try to be anyone else. You already that deal. You already the shiznit. You already special. You know what I mean? My brother King G, boxologist. Shalom, my brother Jabril. What's the word? All right. But yeah, now I'm just basically letting everybody know you already that deal. You shouldn't even be inspiring to be nobody. Right? But you. And then you can, of course, check out the life stories of others and use that or whatever jewels you get from that to add to your journey. But nonetheless, you are you. The Creator created you specifically the way you are created. You feel me? So there's no need to really be apologizing for who you are. You understand? As you're gonna see today with this brother right here. Shout out to my brothers that's in the trenches, man. Boots to the ground, brothers and the sisters in the trenches. You know what I mean? Whether that's in spirit or in the physical. Yeah. Shout out to the soldiers, the foot soldiers, the G's, the gangsters, everybody out there that really know there's something better than what it is we used to. But you feel me? Nonetheless, you got to play ball with what you got. You feel me? But understand, man, the Creator, the all in all, the ever present, the always was, is, and never shall be. You feel me? Can use you as well. You on go mode and war mode and ready to get it cracking for a reason. You feel me? You just got to know why that reason is like that and use that energy to put it in the right direction. Right now it's the wrong direction. It's darkness. It's just blood spilling. You know what I mean? But at heart, it's something better. At heart, you'd rather have peace than war. You know what I mean? Anybody that's out there in the streets hustling and bustling and banging would rather have peace than war. You understand? I'm saying that the Creator has need for the no nonsense, the hands-on type of people that ain't finna play with you. You feel me? As you're gonna see today in this story, this brother right here, I gotta meet this brother one day. He's a big brother of ours, Osire or Osire, son of the Creator. Again, not the Osiris that these niggas worship in Egypt, the spandex god with the elongated skull. We ain't talking about him. We ain't talking about him at all. This is like 7,000 to 8,000 years before him. You dig? And so we're going to get into some of that. But since I can be heard, let me go ahead and play some of this real quick. And then we're going to get into it. Abundant favor, love, light, and power. In the name of the Almighty Creator, to all you brothers and sisters in the chat, whether you be friend or foe, you dig? Like, subscribe, share, send it to your pastors, your meemaws, and whoever the hell else you think is spiritual, worthy to hear such marvelous light, man. Let's get into it. Let me share my screen real quick and let's work, man. Shout out to the haters, jaw jackers, and naysayers. Yeah. We love y'all too. Let's look what's going on real quick, man. My brother Dominique in the building. That's another megaton bomb maker. They better leave my brother alone. I'm trying to tell you.
Is huge moving forward, because this seems like it really is monumental. Is it fair to describe it as that?
Look, so scientists find supermassive black holes spin so fast it's warping space-time. It sounds like vortexia, don't it? Think about a black hole. It supposedly has what they call a gravitational pull, a gravitational field. You feel me? And according to their theory, a physical planet, a physical massive planet produces its own gravitational field. Just one problem: that black hole pulls and produces a magnetic field, but sucks everything into it. Point of no return, they call it. That's vortex. That's vortexia. So we got scientists right now in today's time confirming. They really don't even know what they're looking at. They confirming OWASP. Wait till we bring them. Look, I'm putting together this science thing. You know, shout out to my brother Daryl Cosma, man, the Donatello or the Turtle Gang, man, the mad scientist. You dig? But man, as you really get into like the science part of OWASP and the numbers with the maths and the time, man, you really getting it at and start testing it out, man. It's gonna blow your mind, man. But notice we're talking about black holes spin so fast, so we talking about vortexian energy, spinning, spiraling.
This is a major discovery because we don't.
This is a major discovery. Oh man, look at this. Look at this.
Understand large parts of the story of the evolution of our universe.
And an ultra-high energy cosmic ray is heading towards Earth. So powerful, scientists thought they'd made a mistake when it was detected. The Amaratsu particle was created by a so far unknown event, even bigger than the explosion of a star. But there's no need to worry. The Earth's atmosphere protects us from any harmful effects. Well, that's lucky then, isn't it?
Scientists are trying to learn more about a mysterious, powerful cosmic ray. It's believed that they have traveled to the Earth from beyond the Milky Way galaxy. Cosmic rays are charged particles that travel through space in...
Look at all that spinning out there. Light is even a product of vortexian energy. They still tripping off the travel of light. It ain't even that. You dig? It's just atoms. It's just atoms ionizing and all that, and polarization of atoms. That's it. When the incoming charge comes across an atom, the electrons shift to one side. That shit polarizes and produces light. Right. So it's really the product of overlapping vortexian current. That's where you get your magnetism, your gravity, your light, your rain. It's just how. It's all based off how the vortexian energy overlaps, and based off that condition, it produces either light, rain, thunderstorms, tornadoes, high pressure, low pressure. You feel me? So what they still calling the travel of light, or OWASP reveals basically is the polarization of atoms, basically. You feel me? And that's just basically when the incoming charge is coming in, or another vortex is about to hit and overlap with that one, the electrons shift to the opposite side, and you feel me, polarize with the incoming atoms and all that, and it produces either light or whatever it may be. You feel me? So OWASP is ahead of the game and was written down in 1881, and today scientists are talking about these type of things, right? Really don't understand what they're looking at. Look at it.
Rain down on Earth constantly. For example, low energy cosmic rays can emanate from the sun. Scientists say that the new energy of this subatomic particle is equivalent to dropping a brick on your toe from waist height.
Mm.
Almost 50 years ago, scientists discovered a supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy. It's called Sagittarius A star, and it spends most of its days doing nothing or occasionally absorbing gas or dust. It's located more than 25,000 light years from Earth. Even though it's a hole, it weighs a lot. Its mass is 4.6 million times larger than our sun. Well, now a team of physicists have discovered that it's spinning so quickly that it's altering the fabric of space-time. Around it. But this isn't the only recent space discovery. Scientists also discovered a rare 6-planet star system, and they move in sync with one another. The 6 planets orbit a star about 100 light years away and move in an orbital waltz that repeats so precisely it can be set to music. Both of these incredible discoveries can help scientists understand more about our galaxy and space as a whole. So what do we mean when we're saying space-time, altering space-time? I think you just immediately go to a sci-fi movie, but what does that mean to you, and why should the average person be like, okay, we want to know this?
Oh, well, space-time is the stage. You, me, people, planets, particles, we're the actors. We hit our marks when we say our lines. And we're embedded in this fabric created by the unification of space and time into a common whole. And so when we say something like this black hole is dragging space-time around it, what we mean is that if you were to approach this black hole, if you were to fall towards it, and you were to let go, no rockets, no propulsion, just freely fall, then reality itself would be dragging around this black hole, and it would take you with it, and it would force you into an orbit around the black hole, whether you liked it or not.
Vortex. Y'all see all this spinning? Watch me don't sound too crazy now, do it. Look at it. Man, look, man. They better stop playing. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Stop playing with it. Stop playing with it. Stop playing with it. Again, we got some more science presentations coming up the game, though. That's about to really man. All I can say is I'm amped about what's about to come out. A lot of different presentations and all that, but things that are being verified in today's time, man, was already, you understand, written down well over 140 years ago. Like, hey, look, and they just now catching up with it. You feel me? So here, let's get into this real quick. I want to show y'all something. Y'all see the title, How to Handle a False God, Part 1, the story of Osire, son of the creator. Story of Osire, son of the creator. If I can be heard, give me a vortex up in the chat. Good seeing everybody in the building. Good seeing everybody in the building. All right. All right. All right, let me show y'all something real quick. Just to verify, we ain't playing no games. We ain't playing no games, son. We ain't playing no games, son. Let me show y'all some of this stuff, man. Wasby has a book called Cosmogony and Prophecy. It's very, very detailed when it comes down to the methodology of creation. Very, very detailed. If you could take it in and receive it, and then I start observing what we call the heavens and the universe and all that, your mind will be blown. Your mind will be blown. All right. So let's just verify something real quick. I want to show y'all something. All right, we're gonna go to cosmogony. Cosmogony and prophecy. Before we get to our actual lesson at hand. All right. I want to show y'all something. Bang. It is right here. All right. And right here, let me share the screen. All right, let me share this real quick with y'all. All right, we're going to go to Cosmogony chapter 4. And then we're going to look and see what, remember, this was 1881, all right? Gang. I see everybody in the building. Yeah. All praise to the ever-present one. The ever-present. All in all. All right. Let's do this real quick. Let's share some of this. I know a lot of y'all think we be playing, man. Look, if you slow down and listen to what we're saying, I think you'll enjoy it. All right. So we in OSPI. Cosmogony and prophecy. You know, cosmogony is the field of science that deals with the origin of the universe and the cosmos, the origin, how it was created, and links that to prophecy. All right, now look, remember, we just was watching that video and it was showing all type of vortices up in the heavens and all that, whether through drawing or simulation, but nonetheless, the understanding is things are spinning from black holes, you understand, to nebulous belts, to warps, to all that. You know what I mean? The Van Allen radiation belt. So let's go into what OSPI reveals in 1881, and then let's see when these things were discovered. You feel me? And let's put the numbers to it. All right. Now look at this: Cosmogony and Prophecy, chapter 4:1. Because the currents of the vortex of the earth are in constant change, the following results happen in the regions where they overlap. When vortices overlap, when they run into each other and break to a limited extent, producing discord and motion, certain eddies and whirlpools result, and the corpor in solution is condensed, forming little planets or meteoric stones varying in size from a pin's head to 20 to 10 or 20 miles in diameter. When the little broken currents in the vortex loose their prey, these meteoric stones or little planets are carried by the vortexian current down to the Earth's surface. Look at this. So we're talking about when we see shooting stars or comets, and they like the planet X is about to swing through. Look at it. The belt and atmosphere. The belt in the atmosphere where these things happen is usually about 5 or 6 or 700 miles up from the Earth's surface. But the belt sometimes ascends 1,000 miles. But at further distances upward, other belts exist and others still beyond, and so on. So in 1881, when this was being penned, it was revealed in OSPI, specifically Cosmogony and Prophecy 4:2, that 500 to 700 miles, 500 miles above the Earth's surface, there is a belt. A belt where all types of vortices start overlapping and produce certain things in this Earth, including comets, falling comets, shooting stars, or whatever it may be. All result of vortices overlapping, still vortexian current. All right. But the first belt in which this happens is roughly 500 miles up from the Earth. All right. If y'all understand that, OSPI reveals 500 miles up from the Earth's surface, there is a belt where all type of vortices start overlapping and all type of motion get to happen in the atmosphere and in the Earth. If you understand that, give me a 9 up in the chat. Give me a 9 up in the chat. Now watch this. Watch this. Let's go ahead and pull this on up for y'all. Y'all can see how pinpoint, how thorough this OSPI code, boy. I'm trying to tell y'all. Let me show y'all something. I remember 1881, it was revealed that 500 miles above the Earth's surface, there is a YAH'K belt, a belt. In the Earth's atmosphere. That's what it was. That's what we just read in 1881. All right, now watch this. Let this pull up. It had it already up, but it just hit me on the fly. So I was like, you know what? Let's show that. Since we showing this, let's show that. All right. All right, now watch this right here. Okay, bang. Right here. This stuff is crazy, man. All right, here it is right here. Let's see. And then we're going to see when this was discovered. Get your mind blown. I don't be knowing what cats be talking about, man. Like, it sound good when you be in all your feelings, but really it don't. I'm saying to yourself, it must sound good. You feel me? But, nah, man. All right, here it come right here. It should be almost done loading, y'all. Let me show y'all this. Let me show y'all this. Oh, man, I say, man, the watch be cold, boy. The watch be cold. Now, we just read 500 miles, 500, 600, 700 miles above the Earth's surface, there is a belt. In 1881, this was revealed. All right, I'm at NASA. Let me drop this in the chat so y'all can go ahead and look at it for yourselves, because, again, we objective with it. All right. Y'all forgive me for the delay. Usually I'll be quick on the draw than that, but I say that just hit me. I said, you know what? Let's show that real quick, man, since everybody think we be playing. Shout out to Donatello or the Turtle Gang, Daryl Cosmon in the building, the mad scientist. What you cooking up, Daryl? Daryl cooking up something for y'all. I'm telling y'all. I just talked to him. A couple minutes ago. But that brother really inspired me to start digging deep into this science aspect of it. Let's go ahead and prove it that way. So we just read right here. Hold on. So make sure we ain't playing no games around here. What did we just read? Yeah, he stay cooking, don't he? He be angry too. That's what people don't be. He a smart, angry, righteous brother. All right, so look, what did we just read? So we can just keep it flowing all together. All right, we in OWASPI, 1881, Book of Cosmogony and Prophecy, Chapter 4. This is where we at. All right, now watch this. Chapter 4, 1 and 2, because the currents of the vortex of the earth are in constant change. The following results happen, right? In the regions where they overlap, where vortices overlap one another and break to a limited extent, producing discord in motion. So naturally, like if you bump into somebody, naturally your trajectory is going to be different after that. So it's the same with these vortices. When they run into each other, it produces a different trajectory and different results happen. Like you may bump into a cat and it may be peaceful. You may bump into a cat and it may just go up. You see? So based off the condition of the bumping into, certain things happen. Discord in motion. Certain eddies and whirlpools result. And the corporate solution is condensed, forming little planets or meteoric stones varying in size from a pin's head to 10 or 20 miles in diameter. Right? You're being shown basically how worlds are made through vortexian energy overlapping. You know what I mean? Look at it. When the little broken currents in the vortex lose their prey, these meteoric stones or little planets are carried by the vortexian current down to the Earth's surface. Now look at this. Verse 2. The belt in atmosphere where these things happen. So these things happen in a belt. The belt in atmosphere where these overlapping vortices happen in our atmosphere is usually about 5 or 6 or 700 miles up from the Earth's surface. Boy, what are we talking about here? Huh? We getting real specific about these belts. Now remember the time. This is 1881. But the belt sometimes ascends 1,000 miles, but at further distances upward, other belts exist and others still beyond, and so on. Y'all see that? So if you understand what WASP's saying, in our atmosphere, there is a belt 500 miles, 600 to 700 miles up above the Earth's surface where vortices overlap and produce certain conditions in this Earth, right? You understand that now. Now, let's go read the article. Let's go read the article. Let's go read the article. You see? We ain't got to play. Let's go read the article. I've already put that in the chat for y'all. Go look at it. NASA's Van Allen probe has revolutionized view of radiation belts. Here we go right here. It's an illustration. It says the traditional view, the traditional idea of the radiation belts includes a larger, more dynamic outer belt and a smaller, more stable inner belt with an empty slot region separating the two. However, a new study based on data from NASA's Van Allen probe shows that all three regions, the inner belt, slot region, and outer belt, can appear different depending on the energy of electrons considered in general conditions in the magnetosphere. All right. Now, watch this. Y'all see, these are illustrations. I'm going to show y'all where they putting this thing at, man. Right, so where the lower Van Allen radiation belts start at? Well, watch me talking about these belts that's 500 to 700 miles above the Earth's surface, right? Now look at this. Look at this. About 600 miles from Earth's surface is the first of two donut-shaped electron swarms known as the Van Allen belts or the radiation belts. Bag drop, boy. Where we at now? Waspy just said there's a belt 500 to 700 miles above the Earth's surface where all type of vortices get to overlapping and all type of conditions start happening, such as comets shooting and stars shooting and all type of things start happening when these vortices overlap in the atmosphere, roughly 500 to 600, 700 miles above the Earth's surface. And NASA didn't. When did NASA confirm this? When did NASA confirm this? Remember 1881. 1881, it was in OWASP. We just showed it. Understanding the shape and size of the belts, which can shrink and swell in response to incoming radiation from the sun, is crucial for protecting our technology in space. The harsh radiation isn't good for satellites' health, so scientists wish to know just which orbits could be jeopardized in different situations. Since the 1950s, hold on, not the 1950s. It was an OWASP in 1881. There's a belt 500 miles, 600 miles, 700 miles above the Earth's surface where all this stuff is happening there. Science ain't catch up to the 1950s, 70 years later, which makes OWASP the primary source in this. Specifically 1958. Since the 1950s, when scientists first began forming a picture of these rings of energetic particles, our understanding of their shape has largely remained unchanged. A small inner belt, a largely empty space known as the slot region, and then the outer belt, which is dominated by electrons, which is the larger and more dynamic of the two. But a new study of data from NASA's Van Allen probes reveals that the story may not be so simple. 1950s. Science ain't catch that to 1958. Let me show you. You dig? That means JBN got a download from the right side of this spiritual war, if you want to call it that. Because that's spot on right there. That's spot on. You know what I mean? You got to step outside of your personal biases and prejudices to receive certain transmission codes of higher light, man. Like you can't catch it. You can't catch it in the low vibration of hatred and being a bigot all your damn life. You ain't gonna catch it. You're gonna be stuck right where you at. You know what I mean? You're gonna be stuck right where you at. All right. So the Van Allen radiation belt was in OWASP. in 1881 before James Allen discovered it in 1958. You know what I mean? Let's show it right here. Show the tab. It's easy work. Ah, man, I'm gonna say, I know they ain't playing with me. It's easy work, man. All right, so look at the Van Allen radiation belt on Wikipedia. Now, you can't make none of that up right there. How you make that up? And how long you gonna keep playing like Creator Gang over here, you know, talking out the side of our neck? No, we not. So this is the Van Allen radiation belt. All right. Let's go show it. Van Allen radiation belt is a zone. Dang, I hate when that happens. Van Allen radiation belt is a zone of energetic charged particles. Let me scoot this on over. A Van Allen radiation belt is a zone of energetic charged particles, most of which originate from the solar wind, that are captured by and held around a planet by that planet's magnetosphere. Earth has two such belts, and sometimes others may be temporarily created. These belts are named after James Van Allen. James Van Allen, who was accredited with their discovery. Look at this. Earth's two main belts extend from an altitude of about 640 to 58,000 kilometers, or 400 to 36,040 miles. So see that? Now look at this. Look up James Van Allen. Let's look him on up. When did he discover this? We just want to know when you discovered this, player. Right here. Right here. James Alfred Van Allen. September 7th, 1914 to August 9th, 06, was an American space scientist at the University of Iowa. He was instrumental in establishing the field of magnetic-spheric research in space. Look at this. The Van Allen radiation belts were named after him following his discovery using Geiger-Muller tube instruments on the 1958 satellites. Boy, wasn't discovered in 1958, written down in Owaspie in 1881. Huh? Where we at? Where we at? How long we gonna act like what we talking about is irrelevant? Owaspie, 1881, Cosmogony and Prophecy, chapter 4 and 2. The belt and atmosphere where these things happen is usually about 5 or 6 or 700 miles up from the Earth's surface. Got two sources saying the same thing. But the belt sometimes extends 1,000 miles, but further distances upward other belts exist. Same thing the article just said. Same thing Wikipedia just said. And others still beyond so. So for Owaspie to have this written down in 1881, but not discovered to 1958, do the math. How many years is that? And that means that JBN got a download from the right side of the spiritual warfare. 77 years, man. Almost 80 years. Almost 80 years before science confirmed it, it was already written down in Owaspie that there are work belts or radiation belts in the atmosphere surrounding the Earth. The lowest one starts around 500 miles above the Earth's surface. If you understand that, give me a vortex in the chat. Bless up, man. Bless up, bless up. We ain't playing no games, man. Playing no games. I think we playing. That means that what he got is spot on. Spot on. It wasn't discovered in 1958. That's 77 years. That's 77 years. It wasn't even discovered. It wasn't even confirmed in 1958. What was already written down in 1881. And y'all, that's nothing simple. That's about work belts, radiation belts in the atmosphere surrounding the Earth. And the lowest one starting at 500 miles above the Earth's surface. That ain't nothing that you just sneeze at. You see that's something that you can't that you can't really observe objectively unless you got the proper tools. Don't forget, and these aren't dentist tools. JBN was a dentist. Y'all giving him way more props. Like, man, he was a colonizer. Man, he got all this from the Masons. The man was a dentist. Ain't no dentist discovered no Van Allen radiation belts in 1881. Stop it. It wasn't even confirmed until 1958. The man was a dentist. He was not a cosmologist. Stop it. Like, y'all, I don't even understand, like, where you at with it. And like my bro, Sir Brian Yoget, the Earl of the Creative Game, what do you say? The only way to have seen it is with astral projection or remote viewing. And then from there, true about this. And then from there, Bronze, you still got to have some way of measuring this sucker. Not just to view it, but to measure it. And for the measurements to be spot on, bro. Come on, man. Come on, that's spot on right there. That's spot on. What you mean the belt's 500 miles north of the Earth's surface? Usually about the lowest one is about 500 miles above the Earth's surface. And then Van Allen do his thing in 1958 and confirm what was written down on WASP 77 years earlier. We still playing? Like, I don't. What you mean it ain't scientific? Because your boy, Lil Oil of Olay, Zion Lex had the nerve to say, what do you say? The science of a wasp is unfounded or some type of, like, it ain't no proof in none of it. I just showed you some light. Cosmology, y'all, that's a science. Study of the cosmos, right? Well, I just showed you work belts and radiation belts in the Earth's atmosphere written down in 1881, and trip off this, the exact height from the Earth's surface the lower belt is. In 1881, it wasn't rediscovered or it wasn't even confirmed until 1958. What is we even talking about here? What you mean is unfounded? Ain't no proof. We prove it every time we open up a WASP, every time we talk. We proving it. We proving what we talking about. We proving the validity and the light. You feel me? So I hope everybody got some understanding. I see voices in the chat. All right, let's get to it. Let's get to the lesson. How to handle a false God. Part 1, the story of Osire, son of the Creator. My brother Prince Yehuda, man. Hey, I like how you walked in there like you owned the place, man, from my little nieces and all that, bro. Walk up in court like you own the place, man. You Jaja son, baby. You understand? What's yours is yours. I can look, and there ain't nothing out there that can take it from you. All right? Just you gotta have that conviction. Just know it's what it is. See it, claim it. You feel me? Feel it. And guess what, bro? Guess what it's gonna be? That's your reality, man. Walk in like you own the place. Dig. Ooh-wee. All right, watch this right here. Let's show something real quick. Present screen. Yeah, man. Creators gonna stop. I don't know what nobody got to say about nothing. Yeah. All we got to do is stay the course. You feel me? We in OISP, Book of Judgment. Give me 1 second, y'all. I got to make sure this cool real quick. Hold on. All right, my bad, family. Had to take care of some business real quick. Please forgive your brother. All right, so we in the book of judgment. Oh, our speedhead shot. All right, being the grades and the rates of mortals and angels in the light of God, in the light of God as the word came to S, daughter of the Creator. Yes, sir. Okay, now look at this right here, y'all. Chapter 1, Book of Judgment. And those we got a daughter. Shout out to the sisters. Shout out to the goddesses in the building. Being the grades and rates of mortals and angels in the light of God, which is the son of the Creator, as word came to S, daughter of the Creator. So there are gods and goddesses in YHWH's. If they down with the Most High Creator, they'll never worship. Look at this. Chapter 1. These are the words of judgment. These are the words of judgment. Dang. Here we go right here. These are the words of judgment by the will of God, Jehovah's Son, is rendered by S for the resurrection of man. Hear the words of your God, O man. I am your elder brother of tens of thousands of years experience. Stop it right there. What you mean? God is telling you he's your brother, not the Creator. I'm just your older brother, and I got tens of thousands of years experience. And what you know is the spirit world. Look at this. Profit. This is a benefit for it. Profit in my wisdom and learn the discourse of your God. Look at what God say. Verse 3. Book of Judgment 1 and 3. Jehovah, creator of all things, spoke to me. Your God. See, there's a difference. That's what I love about YHWH's. It separates the creator from God. Right? The creator is the father. The creator is the all parent, the all in all, the ever present, within all, above all. God is a one-time man. Who died, crossed over, and raised up to the rank of a God and even higher. Jehovah, creator of all things, spoke to me, your God, saying, hear me, O God, my ambassador of the earth and her heavens, for this your season. Obey my mandates and teach mortals and the angels of your lower heavens to know me and to rejoice in my creations. The time has come when the light of your inspiration and your angels shall extend around the whole earth and in her heavens also. You see that? So God is on a mission from the Creator, by the Creator, and his mission got to do with us, mankind. Well, all the creation in general, but mankind. It's all about resurrection, development, progression, advancement. You feel me? Similar to how you go to school and you graduate and go off to the next grade. That type of system and order doesn't stop when you cross over or when you start dealing with the spirit world and all that. It's the same type of system and order. It's advancement. It's progression. You move on. You dig? Or you stay back and you flunk and you decline. Your rise and your fall is strictly on you. Right? So I love how in YHWH there's a distinction. We ain't caught up in, well, Jehovah could mean Lord, or Jehovah could mean ball, or Lord could mean ball, or Jehovah, or God could be Jehovah, or a false God, or an angel, or a judge, or we ain't even dealing with none of that confusion. No, the creator is Yahweh, Jehovah, Jehovah, however anybody's saying. True God is a son of the creator, your brother. A true goddess is a daughter of creator, your sister. Right? They aren't worship. They don't want you to worship them and praise them. They don't want none of that. Right? All they want is your brotherhood so you could be where they at and they can continue to advance. Jada, pat me 2 in the morning over there. And they can continue to advance. You see? So God separates and distinguishes between him and his father, our father, all parent, the creator. If you understand that, give me an 8 up in the chat. Let's jump down to chapter 3. I wasn't here to show some a little taste. All right, there's a difference. And now I'm starting to hear that a lot off people's mouth in the conscious community. I'm starting to hear the creator more and more. You're welcome. All right, I'm starting to hear more Israelites admit that Genesis chapter 1 is talking about deities. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Create a gang in the building, man. Like, y'all can try to ignore us all you want. It'll never work. You know what I mean? I mean, we get messages all the time from cats. A lot of these cats are in camps. Dig, like, bro, I know they don't like what y'all be bringing out, but I feel what y'all saying. What y'all saying is true. It resonates. It makes sense. Mm-hmm. We're in the book of Judgment, OI Speed, chapter 3, headshot, body blow. The judgment upon the Brahmins, the Buddhists, the Christians, the Mohammedans, the Confucians, the Jews, and all other peoples on the earth in the words of God. Yeah, nobody's safe. No false God is safe around here, man. Creator ain't hold no punches. None. You dig? And to prove you, a lot of y'all may feel you're not in bondage, you're not in slavery or no type of bondage, whatever. Answer me this, or riddle me this. Why is it that mankind is the only creation that has to pay to live? You got to pay Bill to live. Whoever that is. Who the hell is Bill? That's the coldest nigga that ever lived, you ask me. Because everybody pay him every month. But that shows you that we're up under some type of oppression. Why you can't just exist like the cloud, like the rain, like the tree, like the sun, like the moon, like the animal world, the vegetable world. Why do you have to pay to be here? What's causing the taxation? Why? How is it that man, the superior creation of all the creation, has to pay to be here? Showing you what bondage to the false deities and gods. Make no mistake about it, man. You can tie it all in. I don't care if you call them the Anunnaki, Christian, Mohammedans, Buddhists, Brahmins, religion. The false gods have enslaved mankind through the guise of religion. And the creator here to judge it all. You the only species that has to pay to be here. That's how you know it's bondage. That ain't got nothing to do with the creator. When the angels need something, they build it. See, they advance themselves and progress to where they so cold. They can hear and tell the difference between 1,000 conversations from 1,000 miles apart and tell you what kind of people are speaking. Yeah, you got to pay to be here. That's how you know there's bondage. That ain't even, look, that don't even make sense. And it's down to the point to where you actually feel what you do to feed your family determines who you are. Now, if you ask somebody who they are, they're going to more than likely respond with a job. Oh, I'm an sanitation engineer. You collect trash, I understand. But that's not who you are. You came out your mother's womb a son or a daughter of the ever-present creator. So no matter what you do or what skills you developed or whatever it is that you do to feed your family, that's just the skills you have, but that doesn't determine who you are. You see what I'm saying? You don't determine who you are. Your spirit grade, your spiritual progression, none of it. All right? Man has to pay to be here. That proves the false gods have man in bondage to this very day. That's not the original order of creation. Creator ain't create you, so you got to pay to be here, to live. No, our creation sustains itself. Including us. Why not? You see? So yeah. No, you under bondage. If you got to go clock in and you ain't nobody around here free, the more possessions you have, the more you worry about them, Jack. So basically, this is how let me show you how ass backwards society is. Being we all have to pay to be here. And what you're paying with is Federal Reserve debt notes. So in essence, you are viewed as a successful man, woman, or child based off how much debt you can pay this nigga bill every month. How much debt you can handle. You are determined a success based off how much debt you can carry around and pay off. Society is ass backwards. That's how you know the bondage is real. You feel me? Because if your money ain't right, you ain't eating, you ain't sleeping, you ain't, still a slave. Still a slave, you in bondage. You in bondage. And they created some shit called money out of nothing, put you in bondage and make you chase that. You a slave. Why you think quote unquote successful people be some of the most miserable people? Yeah. Look, the more children, the more women, the more riches, the more possessions, the more whatever you claim you want to be happy, the more bondage there is. If you was really free, you could let go and not worry about nothing. You see, but we not free. And this proves the bondage of the false deities and gods, man. Make no mistake about it. Book of Judgment, Osire, chapter 3, headshot. The judgment upon the Brahmins, the Buddhists, the Christians, the Mohammedans, the Confucians, the Jews, and all other peoples on the earth in the words of God. Look at this. That's right, Brian. This is why detachment is one of the major lessons in all sacred. That's right. That's right. You inside of a program that's designed to destroy your spirit, designed to drain your soul. That's the program we all in part of. You inside that. We have to work on every day learning to detach. Let go. What you worried about, man? What you over about to pop a blood vessel for? You short on a bill? Everybody pay bill. That's the coldest cat ever. Bill. Everybody pay bill. But bill is just evidence that you are a debt slave. So you are a success based on how much debt. When you see everybody with those big old racks and they got them beside their face like it's a phone, y'all, they letting y'all know I'm a good debt slave. This is how much debt I owe. Whatever you see them with is how much they owe. It's always somebody else's money. Whatever you got is what you owe. So you a success based off how much debt you can handle. You a success in society's eyes based off how much debt you can handle. So let's see how the Creator get out on these false gods, man. Then we're going to give an example. All right, look at this. Do not think, oh man, that I am insufficient to the times and seasons. Or say that God spoke in the dark days of the earth, but latterly holds his tongue. Behold, I am your elder brother, even as a captain of the earth and her heavens for a season. As I am, even so were my predecessors in the time of the ancients. Ambassadors of the Most High Jehovah. Y'all see that? God, like, look, I'm a messenger of the Creator. I'm your brother. And it was those before me who sat as God of the heavens and the earth. Now you know that God don't sit as God of the heavens and the earth forever. Eventually, he get up off the throne that was built in the Creator's name, and somebody else takes his seat. And now it's his turn to be God of heaven and earth. And then he goes to higher realities of creation and learn more, and Creator may call on him again and do something in some other world. Ambassadors of the Most High Jehovah, whose power and wisdom are given to me, even in the same way as your earthly kingdoms are governed and disciplined, as above so below, right? By which means order is able to contribute to the resurrection of all his created beings. So God's whole mission is to resurrect you. Order is able to contribute to the resurrection of all of his created beings. First, I charge you that whoever says God, God calls in vain. Let's go ahead and set that off. God telling you, if you're just saying God, God, you calling in vain. I have not come to establish, but to abolish all gods, lords, and saviors amongst mortals. See? Abolish that. You got to get that about the streets. Yeah, the gang is here now. No, and clearing up all the darkness. Look at this. I have not come to establish, but to abolish all gods, lords, and saviors among mortals. For what is past is past. But from this time forward, whoever hears my word and the decree of my commandment and continues to make an idol of any name, except the Great Spirit, blasphemes against his creator. But whoever cries out in fullness of heart, saying, God, God, meaning by that, the ever-present, the creator, is not a blasphemer before me. So OSP is balanced. It lets you know, if you saying God, but you mean the ever-present, the omnipotent, the all in all, the always was, is, and never shall be, ain't no problem. That's what's up. That's what's up. God bless you too, if that's what you mean, right? But understand this. The creator can't be ever present, or God can't be ever present and then showing Moses his hindquarters. God can't be, or the creator can't be ever present, but he's walking in the garden in the cool of the day. Ever present means everywhere, within, all, overall, right here, right now. Encompasses all, and yet inconceivable. All powerful, all knowing. Is that what you mean when you say God? Okay, that's what's up. But we got to address in Bible where there's attributes of the false gods attached to the same gods you calling on. So do you make a distinction? The gang gonna make a distinction. Now, they ain't talking about the creator. That's a deity right there. Look at this. And whoever says or Maz, meaning the ever-present, the creator, is not a blasphemer before me. Some of the gangs say or Maz. We understand. Look at this. And whoever calls any name in any language that signifies the ever-present, the creator, is not a blasphemer before me. So whatever language you saying, but what comes off your lips, you're meaning the ever-present, omnipotent, all-powerful, all-knowing creator, the all in all, always was, is, and ever shall be. Whatever name you say you use for that, you fair game over here with a wasp. Fair game over here with the gang. You know what I mean? Watch this. But whoever says Brahma, signifying a god. Hold on. Let's go ahead and clarify. Because some of y'all may be saying, see, oh, well, I'm good. I can't let you off that easy. Can't let you off that easy, Jack. But whoever says Brahma, signifying a god in the figure and shape of a man, sitting on a throne in heaven, is a blasphemer against Jehovah, the ever-present, the creator. Now we understand. We got Isaiah, the 6th chapter, verse 1. Isaiah said he saw the Lord sitting on the throne. Psalm the 110th chapter, the Lord said to my Lord, sit thou at my right hand, I'll make your enemies your footstool. And many other scriptures throughout the New Testament talks about how Jesus is sitting at the right hand of the throne of God, who's sitting on the throne. You see, again, the creator is ever present. He don't look like a man. He doesn't look like a man. But whoever says Brahma, signifying a god in the figure and shape of a man sitting on a throne in heaven, is a blasphemer against Jehovah, the ever-present, the creator. And whoever says Buddha, signifying a god in the figure and shape of a man sitting on a throne in heaven, is a blasphemer against Jehovah, the ever-present, the creator. And whoever says Christ, now that's where we at today. Right? Christ. And it gets thrown around so loosely. A lot of us really don't understand what's being said. Right? And based off what we study, Christ means all knowledge. And there's only one who can ever hold that title, and that's the creator himself. All right? And whoever says Christ, signifying a God in the figure and shape of a man. Jesus Christ is a God in the figure and shape of a man, y'all. That's true. Sitting on a throne in heaven is a blasphemer against Jehovah, the creator, the all person. See? Because you can't be sitting on the throne and be ever present at the same time. So at first it may seem as if we talking about the same creator. We're not. Not if your God is sitting on the throne and Jesus Christ is on the throne next to him. Now that's still a deity. Daniel, in the book of Daniel, that's deity. Book of Enoch, brought before the Ancient of Days, but it's a God sitting on a throne. That's a deity. That's not the creator. And the problem is, okay, God does sit on the throne. True God does. True God, they sit on thrones, but they're never worshipped. The problem is you worship the deity on the throne. True God and true God is sit on the throne. They build a throne in the creator's name and sit on it. But they invite other gods when they come through to sit on the same throne. Like it ain't theirs. You know what I mean? But just because you're sitting on the throne in the creator's name, you are not to be worshipped. The false gods are worshipped. Sitting on the throne. Look at this. And whoever calls on the name of any other man or angel worshiping such as a god is an idolater or an idolater in my sight. WASP is the decoder. Come through decoding. Oh, okay, dang. Yes, I almost got tripped up by the deities, by the gods. I almost got tripped up by all that, man. Because I've always believed the creator was omnipotent, all powerful, all knowing. Well, if that's the case, then who is that sitting on that throne right there? The creator's ever present. How is he walking in the garden in the cool of the day? If the creator's ever present and sees all, who is this saying, come, let us go down and see what they doing? Those are deities. Been dealing with deities. That's why I always talk about the character of the creator. That's what's most important, man. Nor do I judge them less idolatrous than if they worship stone idols or graven images. So you can't just say, I ain't no idolater because I don't worship a stone image of Buddha, but you talking about a God that you worship that sits on the throne. And you assume that's the creator. Blaspheming. The creator's ever present. All in all, you ain't never seen him. You never seen creator. The ever present. And he's saying that, look, you ain't no less idolatrous than if you was kissing the stomach of a fat Buddha. And look at this. And whoever says deity, deity, and divinity, divinity, and divine law and natural law are judged to be in darkness. You hear that a lot today. Divine law, natural law, deities, divinity. And he's like, man, they are judged to be in darkness. For I proclaim my heavens open and the way of understanding clear. The creator, Jehovah, is ever present. And does by virtue of his presence and not by any law. So it crack off because he's there. It ain't no natural law. Ain't no divine law because the creator is ever present because of the virtue of the power, the essence of his ever presence, right? What you call divine law, you dig, is just the virtue or the power of the creator's presence. It proves he's ever present. Ain't no divine law or no natural law. It crack off because the creator's ever present. He's there. All in all. He said, if you call in that motion or that function of nature, divine law, you in darkness. That happens because the creator is ever present. Give me a 7 if you understand that. And whoever says that which will lead men to believe he is not present, or that he has gone away, leaving certain laws after him in his stead, the same as a judge, the blasphemer against the creator. Yeah, the creator ain't went nowhere. The creator has always been with you, brothers and sisters, man. Creator's everywhere, within all, overall. Your prayers really should be directed in. Creator's in you, just like he's in outside of you. The creator's within you and without you. When you pray, no need to look up when you pray. Direct your prayers inward. Start your communion with your Father, man. Because the creator's within is like the creator's without. You talking about the creator that went on a long journey somewhere. Deity's got us in bondage, y'all. Bondage. Look at it. And whoever says this, and whoever says, call on this Savior or call on that Savior, and your sins shall be forgiven you. And in the hour of your death, because you have so called on him, you shall ascend into a heavenly paradise. Same as a falsifier of my kingdoms. And a blasphemer against the Creator. You heard it? There it is. Nah, man, you got a direct link with your Creator. You always have. That first voice we always talk about, we should have followed and all that. That's the Creator dealing with you, man. Talking to you. You're all parent. Always been there. And you can't escape the Creator's voice. You can go outside, his voice in the wind. You go use the bathroom and flush the toilet, vortex. Man, where you going? You ain't going nowhere. You ain't going nowhere. Creator's everywhere. You understand? That's why you can direct your prayers inward, because the Creator's within you, and you can invoke protection over your family, healing over your family, all that. And whenever any type of evil thought come rushing in, say it out loud if you got to. I don't agree with that. That's not my reality. I don't agree with that. I render powerless every unclean spirit sent against us and expose it to the light of Jah. Yeah. You choose your reality. That's what it is. Now look at this. Look at this. And whoever says, come before the church and the priest and make prayers and confessions, and you shall be absolved and forgiven your sins. The same are falsifiers or liars of my kingdoms and blasphemers against Jehovah the Creator. So much for the Catholic Church. Nor have I provided resurrection in this world or in my heavens above, except by what? Good works done unto others. Bag drop. There's one universal order. One universal order. He say, look, you want to resurrect, the universal order for resurrection is by good works done unto others. All right, look at you. You've been worming on your belly. You've been making sure you keep every Sabbath. You've been skipping. You've been jumping rope with your zeets. You've been spinning your dreidels. You've been putting on your phylacteries and you know what I mean? Bumping your head on the western wall. Come on, man. And all you got to do is just be a solid individual with the next man, woman, and child, man. All of creation. That's all the Creator is saying. The only way I provided for resurrection is for you to be solid. You got to be solid. You want to resurrect. You got to do good works unto others. Nor have I provided resurrection in this world or in my heavens above, except by good works done to others. And this is serving the Creator. You see this? We're servants of the Creator by the righteous work we do for others. See how simple that is? That's how you get a bomb spiritual grade. That's how you resurrect faster than the average. You understand? That's how you right your wrongs out here. Man, just be solid, man. Stop being a scam artist all your life. Stop being a scumbag. Stop being scandalous. Why is everything a hustle? You see that? Nor have I provided resurrection in this world or in my heavens above, except by good works done to others. And this is serving the Creator, the all person. And not because of any worship or confessions done before any other idols on earth or in heaven. Bag drop, boy. What is we talking about? You talking about you got to go here and get yourself right and start confessing and all that, man. All you got to do is be solid. If you harm somebody, go make that right, man. Because you ain't going nowhere till you make it right. It's all on us. It's all on us. We were angry. Yeah, I chose the other day to get mad. I knew better, but I rode the wave. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I chose to be mad the other day. Chose it. You know what I mean? And in the middle of it, I was like, you know what? I know better. What am I doing? I had to be real myself. Nigga, you chose to get mad. You straight chose it. And that's why this reality is like this right now. You feel me? So I had to do what I had to do to reverse it. I chose not to be. Since I can choose to be angry, I chose to be happy and joyful. And when it made right everybody that I somewhat harmed on my anger path, you know what I mean? I chose to be mad. Chose it. And rolled with it. And realized, you know what? I'm tripping. Let me clean that up, man. I'm tripping. You feel me? I ain't had to be on this type of time. Now look at this right here. So this should let you know, it's all on us when we done talking. It's all on us. Ain't no pointing the fingers, blaming nobody about nothing, man. Nothing. It's all on us. Look at this. Nor is there any redemption in heaven to the Brahmins, Buddhists, Christians, or Mohammedans because of their prayers and confessions. Ain't no redemption in heaven for none of y'all for them long rosary beads. Ain't no none of that. You can walk around that Kaaba counterclockwise until your ankles fall off. Or you can go over to that Western Wall in Jerusalem and nod your head and bump your head on that Western Wall. You can do whatever you claim you're going to do. Go to that Roman Catholic Church and confess to that so-called dope of Rome. Ain't no redemption in heaven for none of it because of the prayers and confessions or the rituals done to the false gods and deities. It means nothing. You spinning your tires in the mud. Look at this. But wherever good works have resulted in affiliation and in lifting people up out of misery and crime, the same is the judge as worship of the great spirit Jehovah. So we got to get to work, y'all. We got to set up systems, and the systems have to produce righteous fruit. Don't complain about homelessness. Go solve it. Don't complain about diseases. Go cure them. Don't complain about crime. Go stop it. Or go cure it. Go solve it. Produce a system to where it ain't got to be no crime. But wherever good works have resulted in affiliation and in lifting the people up out of misery and crime, the same as the judge as worship of the great spirit Jehovah. So that shows you work, good work done on the others, real charity. That's what this resurrection thing is all about, man. It ain't about you whispering Mahmoud Saladid and you know what I mean? Oh, Lord, Akbar. And your boy, them, Lil Ben Levy, a little oil of a lake over there rolling his rest. It ain't about none of that, man. It's just about being solid. Be a solid, be a real one. All right? Look at this. Wherever the Brahmins have let a people fall from knowledge into ignorance or from virtue into vice, my judgment is against them. So the Brahmins worship a false deity or god. And this is amongst the Orthodox, right? Right? And this spiritual system caused the people to fall from knowledge into ignorance, meaning you're worse off, meaning the overall people were better off before they ran into your false god and your so-called religion. They're worse off than before they ran across you. My judgment is against them. Wherever the Buddhists have let a people fall from knowledge into ignorance or from virtue into vice, my judgment is against them. Wherever the Kayuans or the Confucians have let a people fall from knowledge into ignorance or from virtue into vice, my judgment is against them. Wherever the Christians have let a people fall from knowledge into ignorance or from virtue into vice, my judgment is against them. Think about it. You're talking about good old United States of America, boy. Good old Christian ethics and morals, huh? But are the people who you've dominated with your so-called religion, are they in a better place ethnically and morally than before they skipped across you or not? And the answer is no. The greatest judgment is against you. Wherever the Mohammedans have let a people fall from knowledge into ignorance. Yeah, like you Saudi princes. High off oil money. You sheiks and all that. Riding high on the proverbial hog off all money. But you oppressing your people too. Under the guise of Mohammedan. You dig? Islam. Right? Wherever these so-called religions have been, y'all, these false gods have been, their emissaries have been, the people have declined. The people haven't gotten better since Christianity came on the scene. Morally, ethically, no. Worse. Islam the same way. Buddhism the same way. Brahmanism the same way. Judaism the same way. Where beggary, vagrancy, and all manner of darkness have increased in any of the cities or countries of any of these idolaters, my judgment is against them. Yeah, you know that's the truth. The church would be right there on that corner, right across the street. It's a shootout. Right there in a crime-infested neighborhood. My judgment is against them. They shall not excuse themselves nor escape my judgment by saying, oh, the true Brahmin, or the true Buddhist, or the true Christian, or the true Mohammedan has not fallen. These who fell were those who did not embrace our doctrine in fullness of heart, because my judgment is also against impotency or weakness. They have tried their respective religions for hundreds of years, and they have not raised up one city of righteous people. Sit your monkey ass down talking about Demona Israel, mighty Hebrew. Don't get me started on no Demona, because my judgment is also against weakness. They have tried their respective religions for hundreds of years, and they have not raised up one city of righteous people. Name it. What you gonna say? The Vatican? What you gonna say? Jerusalem? What you gonna say? Mecca? Medina? What you gonna say? And for that reason, look at it. Look at it. And for that reason, I have come to put these doctrines away. Yeah, you get that shit out the streets, man. FGK, false God killer over here. Get it all out the streets. It ain't did nothing but worsen. Put the people further, put mankind further in the darkness. Get that out the streets. Yeah. I have come to put these doctrines away and give them that which shall prove itself strong in all the world, potent in all the world. That which I proclaim shall be proclaimed by the angels. That which I proclaim shall be proclaimed by the angels of the second resurrection to all nations and peoples. Now you got to let go of that. The Creator is exclusive only to Israel. My light has not come to one people only, except to the righteous. I like that. Who serve the Creator by doing good to all men. See, ain't no room for bigotry over here. Ain't no room for superiority or inferiority. Ain't no room for slave master or slave over here. None of that. Now, we are brothers and sisters, period, point blank, end of story, sons and daughters of the Creator. Truth. And if it ain't like that in your mind, you're only going to go so far spiritually. And this is about as far as you're going to be able to go. Like you see, a lot of y'all are in the Orthodox Israelite, and it's getting boring to you. Same old redundant scriptures. It's getting boring. Esau kiss your boot. We're going to have slaves one day. We're going to rule the world. Get boring. Spirit really ain't getting fed. Look at this. My light is not to one people only, except to the righteous, who serve the Creator by doing good works to all men. In my sight, the nations of the divisions of the earth are as one people only. Brothers and sisters, bag drop, boy. So we're gonna remove all the tribal warfare, because trip out this, y'all. Once you cross over, all that's irrelevant. Now the heavens ain't checking for all that. The heavens ain't checking to see if you an Edomite or an Israelite or an Elamite, Chinese, Japanese. I mean, look, you really wasting your time with all that. That ain't got nothing to do with spirit. That ain't got nothing to do with the spirit world. You ain't gonna be walking around with an Israelite name badge on in the spirit world. You ain't gonna be walking around with a Chinese name badge on, bragging about flesh and blood and DNA. No, you're not. No, you're not. The Creator say, look, man, there's only one people, man. All y'all brothers and sisters made y'all that way for a reason. Look at this. I take from all of them their idols, their gods, but I give them a greater, even the Creator, boy. You can't beat that. Can't beat that. I say to them, I permitted my children to have idols. I say to them, I permitted my children to have idols. But now that you are men, you ain't a child no more. No need to play with your dolls and your toys. But now that you are men, put away your idols and accept the Creator, who is creator of all. Any God you talking about, you dig? My Creator created them. Any goddess you talking about, my Creator created her. Look at this. Nor shall any man say anymore, I worship the Brahmin principle. You hear this a lot. You hear this a whole lot. The Brahmin principle, or the Buddhist principle, or the Kayuan principle, or the Christian principle, or the Mohammedan principle. For all of these have proved themselves to result in war and destruction. So stop the side jawing. We understand that Israel and Hamas, this is an ideological war. No, I only deal with the principles. Stop all that. Those principles ain't proved nothing but warfare, bloodshed. None of them have faith in the Creator. Oof, wait. None of them have faith in the Creator, but faith in their armies of soldiers and their weapons of death. But I give to all people one principle only, which is to serve the Creator. This is broad enough for the redemption and resurrection of all men, and I will have none other. The only principle you need is to serve the Creator by righteous work done unto your fellow man, or done unto all creation. That's it. What he said, this is large enough for the redemption and resurrection of all men, and I ain't gonna have it no other way. That means if you're swinging through the Amazon in a loincloth, or you decked out on Wall Street doing your thing, you feel me? All the redemption and resurrection is possible for all. It's there for all. Just some gonna get there faster than others. Look at this. Look at this. Well, this deal, ice cold, boy. Look at this. Seek, O man, to believe in the all person who is ever present, whose eye is upon you, whose ear hears you. For he is the all one, who is the password to the highest of heavens. You may call on your idol at the gates of my heavens, but the gates shall not be open to you. For I will have no quarrel in my exalted kingdoms in heaven as to gods and lords and saviors. He said, keep your idols over there. Keep your idols over there. Don't come to my gates of my exalted kingdoms talking about you covered by the blood of Jesus. You know what I mean? No, ain't none of that. Y'all gonna be turned around. Ain't none of that gonna work. I will have no quarrel in my exalted kingdoms in heaven as the gods and lords and saviors. To you are washed clean of them, coming in spotless white, a servant of the Most High. You cannot withstand the light of my kingdoms in heaven. You can't even, you gonna melt coming up in there talking about the blood of Jesus. Wallah Wakba, Mahmoud, Valadin, Saladin. Nah. You gotta be washed of all that. You gotta get that out your mind. You gotta get them out the streets. But you shall return in spirit to the earth and abide in the church and temple of your chosen God, wandering about. Okay, so you're gonna be a wandering spirit. Like if you ain't allowed in the heavenly kingdoms, talking about your gods, your lords, and your saviors, your deities. I'm going back down to the earth and abide in them churches and temples of this God you're talking about and become that God's wandering spirit. Wandering about in stubbornness of heart, a prey to demons, drudges, vampires, and other angels of darkness. You were sitting duck. See, and that's why the gang coming out letting y'all know, like, look, raise above it. Y'all better than that, raise above it. You feel me? Because if not, You understand? You're going to find yourself in the same spot as the false god when his kingdom finally falls. You see? Look at this. Have faith, though, man, in him who created you alive. About him, there can be no mistake. Glorify him by righteous works, having faith that even as he brought you into life, so will he provide for you according to your just deserts. Y'all see that? Ooh, if you're getting some understanding so far, give me a 7 up in the chat, man. Give me a 7 up in the chat. Let's go ahead and get to it. Let's go ahead and get to it. All right, about to go to the book of Osire. Book of Osire, son of Jehovah, son of the Creator. Getting some understanding, it's all good. Look, it's a difference between the Creator and these deities, man. Believe that, know that. There's a difference. How do you handle a false god? You see, God was going in on the false gods, their religions. The Creator was going right in on them, all of them. Y'all ain't produced not one righteous city. Whatever principle you talking about, whether it's Christian, Mohammedan, Buddhist, whatever, it ain't did nothing but result in war. No, your Creator is sufficient. Can't nobody, look, you can disagree with us all you want. Can't nobody, nobody had nothing to say about us and our stance about the character of the Most High Creator. Nobody. How? We the only ones telling you the Creator is omnipotent, ever present, all knowing, inconceivable, within all, above all, and through all. You see, we the ones talking like that. So it shouldn't be nobody even disagreeing with that. Because whether you say Yahweh or Yahweh or Allah, you would at least have to admit that whoever you calling on is omnipotent, right? And once you admit that, then we got to address every word that shows he's weak. It shows he has weakness right here. He couldn't get certain things done. He's limited. He actually lost right here. All right. Now look at this. Book of Osiris, son of Jehovah, god of Lotzen and Etherian world in the Ark of Sing, known in the high heavens as Osire, son of Jehovah. All right. That's what we dealing with right here. Let me show y'all some of this real quick. So y'all can have a time period. All right. Shout out to my brother. Shout out to my brother. Salute to God. Selah Shalom. He shared this with me. This is the time period. We ain't just saying stuff. We put it on the timeline. Roughly 9,000 to 12,000 years ago, Osire, who we about to read about, son of Jehovah, was sent by the Creator to establish physical science, astrology, astronomy, and natural philosophy among mortals. During this time period, they built the first astrological observatories, Gobekli Tepe, Kahan Tepe, all that. During this time period, you know what I mean? Roughly 9,000 to 12,000 years ago, around 9,500 to 9,999 BCE is when these things were being built. So this is the time period that we're reading about in OWASP. Okay. Roughly 12,000 years ago, the Earth traveled and was in the which arc cycle? 24, it's the 21st arc cycle. Right here. 21st arc cycle. 12,000 years ago. The Ark of Sing. Yeah. There's some of the archaeological discovery that validates OWASP. All right, Gobekli Tepe was built around 9,500 BCE, which makes it around 12,000 years ago. First astrological observatories, inspired by Osire, the son of Jehovah. Ark of Day, that's the name of it. 21st arc cycle. 12,000 years ago. Okay? And when we say Osiris, we're not talking about the guy from Egypt. Let me show that real quick. Notice this Osiris is in the Ark of Day or the Ark of Sin, y'all. 10,353 BC, roughly 12,000 years ago. Okay. Then the 22nd Ark cycle came, 7,053 BC. Then the 23rd Ark cycle, the Ark of Speda, came, 3953 BC. The Osiris that everybody looks at in Egypt wasn't around until 2700 BC. And if you do the math, y'all, that's almost 8,000 years after who we read about. The guy in Egypt, the Osiris, the god of Egypt, is a false god. He's worshipped, right? But he took the name of Osiris the first, the son of Jehovah, who we about to read about today. So just to show y'all, we're not talking about the spandex god, the green nigga with an elongated skull cap on, sitting in spandex on a throne. That's not who we read about. All right? Let me go. Let's go back over here and let's read about it and see what bro was on. All right? All right, let's read about it. And if you understand, we are not talking about the Osiris of Egypt that is drawn on the that is drawn in the judgment hall of Ma'at. We are not talking about him. If you understand that, give me a 6 up in the chat. We're not talking about him. This Osiris or Osire was 8,000 years before the Osiris you see painted on the judgment hall of Ma'at. All right. That Osiris is a man that was worshipped, that became a god, that was sitting on a throne. Remember what we just went over. All right, this is not the Osire of Egypt. Put it that way. All right, this is actually an Etherian angel. You feel me? A son of the creator who was sent to inspire all types of sciences in the earth. All right, and we got archaeological proof that these things were inspired during that same time period. Now I'm proving Owaspy again, but look at this, chapter 1. To Osire, son of Jehovah, on his throne in Lotzen, an Etherian world where his reign 100,000 years had illumined many a corporeal star, came the voice, great YHWH'S, spirit over all, saying. So look, Osire been around for a little minute. You did. He OG of the higher heavens, but he ain't even the highest ranking one. You did, but he about his business. He stood on business. That's why I like the story. Notice what it says, where his reign 100,000 years had illumined many a corporeal star. Came the voice, great YHWH'S, spirit over all, saying, Osire, Osire, my son. So Osire is the God. The creator is the father. And the creator is hollering. Jehovah, the great spirit, is hollering to Osire's son, like, hey, Osire, let me holler at you. Osire, Osire, my son, go forth from these immortal worlds and grasp the perishable earth in its debauched flight. And with uplifted rod, proclaim yourself the one, the commanding God. As an indulgent father treads softly by his infant son, guiding him tenderly and with wholesome advice. So through my gods and chiefs, I have coaxed along the red star is the earth, for many, many thousands of years. But as a wise father turns to his truant son of later years, commanding you shall or shall not. So now in the same way, through you, my godly son, I stretch my hand over the earth and her heavens. That's cold. So the creator say, look, when you got a son and he's young, you more passive with him. But when he get older and he's still acting up, then you got to get a little more strict. You got to go ahead and put the smack down, right? The creator is called Osire, his son, and say, hey, go lay the smack down. I ain't calling you. I'm not calling you to mighty cuddle. I'm not calling you to feed, burp, and birth these cats. No. I ain't calling you to get out your receiving blanket and throw them over your shoulder and burp none of these false gods. No. Creator called his son Osire and say, go stand on business and get that done. And I'm not calling you to be soft. Let's read it again. Look what he say. Look what it says. Osire, Osire, my son. Let me highlight this. Look what the creator's telling them. He said, hey, lay the smack down. Osire, Osire, my son, go forth from these immortal worlds and grasp the perishable earth in its debauched flight. And with uplifted rod, proclaim yourself the one, the commanding God. This is what the creator telling Osire. Proclaim yourself the commanding God of this perishable earth. as an indulgent father treads softly by his infant son, guiding him tenderly and with wholesome advice. So through my gods and chiefs, I have coaxed or guided along the red star for many, many thousands of years. But as a wise father, look at this. But as a wise father turns to his truant son of later years, commanding you shall or shall not. So now in the same way as what? As a wise father commands his truant son in later years. So the same way a wise father commands his truant son when he grows up, when he's a teenager, so you, Osire, lay the smack down. So now in the same way through you, my godly son, I stretch my hand over the earth and her heavens. Deep buried she lies in anarchy. Look at this. Deep buried she lies in anarchy. The false gods and false lords despoil her heavens in war and cast down on the troubled earth her millions of spirits of darkness who glut themselves in crime as driftwood on a surging sea now rises high on towering waves and quickly plunges down into the roaring waters to rise and fall and repeat endlessly the ceaseless struggle. So do the spirits of the dead of earth rise in heaven only to be plunged back again in unending toil and darkness on the low earth. So he like, look, the false gods and lords got the whole earth in war, bloodshed, and darkness, son. It did. Go clean that up. Go clean that up. Look, and don't even be passive with them. Watch this. Where my most holy God and his Lord's toil and struggle, powerless to divert the terrible heedlessness of men and angels, Osire heard Jehovah's voice and summoned a million swift messengers, well trained in the rise and fall of worlds, and bade them to go to the red star. The red star is the earth. The earth at masterly speed, and survey the affairs of mortals and spirits, and promise comfort to God and his lords of earth. Then to quickly report back to Jehovah's throne in Lotzen. In an arrow ship which gods use for speed and light work in accomplishing the Creator's will, the swift messenger shot forth through the Jaian fields of darkness and midway between the serpent's coils, and were soon hidden deep in the whirling atmosphere of the warring earth. Meanwhile, Osire called long-risen gods and goddesses to council around Jehovah's throne, telling them the voices, words that had stirred his soul with compassion for those only recently quickened to life by the Creator's breath, but who persist in burrowing their souls down in the lower heavens, Hadad, heedless of the call and persuasion of a loving God and Lord. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Jehovah's light spread over the Lotzen throne of Osire. See? And curtain around the stars, the gods and goddesses, revealing to them the full history of the earth and her heavens, so that all were clear to comprehend his almighty wisdom. So the Creator gave a download real quick. Jehovah's light spread over the Lotzen throne of Osire and curtain around the stars, the gods and goddesses, revealing to them the full history of the earth. The light, Jehovah's light did this, and her heavens, so that all were clear to comprehend his almighty wisdom. Yet not one was moved with haste to answer. For scenes like these concerning the countless millions of corporeal stars dotting the firmament were their daily deliberation. They like, man, look. Look at it. And then slowly, one at a time, the speakers, each a representative of 1,000 gods and goddesses, gave words to Jehovah's light from their respective seats. And when the multitude had spoken in Osire charged with the wisdom of all, perceived from human souls how the light matched his own, as to him Jehovah spoke, his first sphere of commandment, God stood plain before him, and he rose up, mantled in white, standing in the throne of Jehovah like one newly illumined with a great change in his long life's administration. To the council of gods and goddesses he spoke, attend to my words. Attend to my words, for now the gift of the ark of Sing rises up before our hallowed shrine. As step by step all things advance by Jehovah's will, and new roadways and etheria open up fields unexplored by traveling stars. So onward, step by step, Our own endless realm takes the course of manhood in its giant strides. You have blessed the worlds of corporate and S for hundreds of thousands of years. So you have blessed the physical worlds and the spiritual worlds for hundreds of thousands of years. You busy scenes in an old routine change now to higher advent, and an Orion arc comes upon us. As an oscillating star feeds itself with the change of seasons, so has Jehovah coursed the wave of his traveling serpents to give our Ethereal realms an endless life, diversified by change of scenes and constant surprises, which are the glory of the souls. They like, look, Ethereal is off the chain. The heavens outside the earth's atmosphere, off the chain, boy. Off the chain. And they say that's their daily deliberation, right? Look at this. As thus Osire the mighty, with the soul full of words engraved by Jehovah's hand, discourse on the glories awaiting the high worlds, where he and his brother gods and archangels dwelt in the all-perfect. There came back hastening, as with omnipotence impelled, the swift messengers from the slow earth, with their Ethereal arrow ships shooting like a meteor on fire. Then came Hagan, spokesman of the messengers before Jehovah's throne, his mantle turned back, and his eyes radiant with sure knowledge, saluting in Jehovah's sign and name. He said, O Osire, Jehovah's son, and you gods and goddesses, as the all-light gave voice to our far-seeing God of Lotson, so do I stand here to corroborate in Jehovah's name. The day of sweet persuasion to the earthborn and their countless angels down in darkness is done. Lo, the race of Gons, planned by Jehovah from the foundation of the world, now stands triumphant on the earth. As Jehovah led the ions and paths of fortuitous by gentle words and love, but left them not strong before the warring elements, so as he created upon the earth the masters who shall subdue it to the triumph of gods. Not like lambs or the Gons, but lions untamed, born conquerors with seed, to learn and reason about all things, faith and mastery, but not faith in Jehovah. As a man having two sons, one low, strong, and passionless, the other in ceaseless mischief and desire for havoc. Because of the fullness within, so on the earth stand the two races, the ions and the Gons. And when they die and enter heaven, the first, the ions, go like lambs, as they are directed. But the second, the Gons, still full of inherent stubbornness and self-will, do not heed the God and Lords, but mock them. Back to the earth, these well-formed and stately souls come and set up heavenly kingdoms of their own in darkness, and eagerly pursue with most relentless zeal their former enemies. By their loud clamor and inspiring acts, they break up the weak lords' kingdoms and deprive them of subjects, proclaiming heaven and earth free to all. Really? So that even hapless souls in the lower heaven have been persuaded to fly from the hospitals and nurseries back to mortals, and they're fastening themselves as fetal, shutting their eyes against all further light. So mortals have given themselves up to doing the wills of the spirits of darkness. This is what this swift messenger is telling Osiris, or Osire, the son of the creator. Everything that Jehovah said through that light is correct. Mortals have given themselves up to doing the wills of the spirits of darkness, turning looting and devastation into a holiday. Sound familiar? Sound familiar? Black Friday, all the Black Friday deaths and the holiday deaths and depression around the holidays, and knows what it says. It says, so mortals have given themselves up to doing the wills of the spirits of darkness, turning looting and devastation into a holiday. Look at this. We then came to God, Jehovah's son, whose throne lies in guile, and he said, take this message to Osire, Jehovah's son, God of Lotson, greeting in the Father's name. Behold, the ark of sin is at hand. Send a ship, O God, and deliver my host 4 billion. With that and in due salutation, we hasten here. Chapter 2. That's when it get good. It's about to get good. If y'all get some understanding, give me a 3 up in the chat, gang. Y'all already know it's about to get good. So Osire got business to handle. He got some business to stand up. You got a business to stand up. Wait. Bad fam. We got threes in the bed. Okay, Osire said, in the name of the All Light, I will have 50 million conquerors to do my will on earth and in heaven. But first send an Esseline with suitable attendants to deliver God, his lords, and their hosts, the brides and bridegrooms of Jehovah, and lead the earth in darkness 30 days. Meanwhile, let my builders provide a ship for me and my hosts, and let the heralds go abroad and sing, announcing this my decree. So he's like, build me some ships. Hey, let's go ahead and do a deliverance, right? A harvest time. A lot of y'all don't know resurrection happened from the other side. Access to the higher worlds and all that from the other side. It's just like graduation. All right. Jehovah said, do not think, oh man, that I gave talents to men differently on earth and there to end, making my exalted places to be even shorn and alike. I did not create man so, but as one on earth is mild and leads on by smooth words and persuasive behavior, and as another by quick perceiving and strong will plunges in headlong, even so I carry them onward in my high heavens, perfecting them in their bent, but with wisdom and love to each becomes as a son in his sphere. I told y'all earlier, no need to try to be like anybody else. The Creator created you that way, and those talents and that personality and all that you have now, you're going to keep them with you when you cross over. If you was a smooth, persuasive brother, had the gift of gab when you was in corporate, when you was alive in the flesh, you're going to be the same way in spirit. You take your personality and your skills with you. Until when? Until each becomes as a son in his own sphere. Do not fear, O man, whether I have labor for them in higher heaven. I have worlds to be nurtured and coaxed at times, worlds to be pruned at times, and worlds to be commanded at times by most severe authority, and made to know that all power lies in me through my gods and lords. You hear that? Plenty of work to do on the next side, man. Plenty of worlds to command. Look, the creator never stopped creating. Y'all ain't know that? The creator never stopped creating. Ever. There's plenty of work for you to do. Plenty of work for you to do. Plenty of education, plenty of training, plenty of raising up. I have worlds to be nurtured and coaxed at times. This is what the creator is saying. Worlds to be pruned at times, and worlds to be commanded at times by most severe authority, and made to know that all power lies in me through my gods and lords. For these exalted extreme gods I have placed in the firmament, and numberless worlds on which they dwell as stars in my heavens. There I make roadways for my traveling corporeal worlds, where my ethereal fields of pasture lie to glorify me and lead on the mortal born. So now to my commanding God, Osire, who ruled in Lotzen most amiably with equals, but was high strung with impatience. This is how Osire didn't play with you. He didn't play with you, but was high strung with impatience towards self-willed ignorance. I brought the undisciplined earth to feel his giant power. You hear what the creator's saying? Creator say he chose a gangster that comes to do the earth. Get my boy Osire. I'm gonna make that whole I'm gonna make the false gods and lords and all their kingdoms feel my power through my boy Osire. Let me call my son real quick. Tell him to go stand on business. Call my son and tell him to go stand on business real quick. Because Osire is what? He's high strung with impatience. You know what I mean? He ain't got too much rap for you, as you're gonna see as we keep reading. He ain't finna just keep letting you talk at him. He ain't finna just keep letting you talk at him. You know what I mean? Hold on for a second, y'all. Hold on. No. Yeah, so that boy Osire, the creator, was like, look, I'm gonna call my boy to go stand on business. And notice he ain't played with you. Right? He was high strung with impatience. He had no patience for foolishness, no patience for all that chit chatter on side net of TV. Osire wouldn't play none of it. You wouldn't even be able to get none of that off. But was high strung with impatience towards self-willed ignorance. See that? I brought the undisciplined earth to feel his giant power. So yeah, you the way you are, you may be a hands-on type brother. Or we call a no-nonsense type brother or sister. You like that for a reason. Now, I'm here to tell you that the creator can use you. It's like he used his son Osire. See, at times, the creator gonna call his sons or his daughters is not playing with you. You feel me? It's not playing with you. So there's a need for the no-nonsense element amongst us, y'all. You need people around you that's gonna call it and shoot it straight with you. We ain't finna do that. No, hey, look, watch out for that. Right? The creator needs and uses all personality types, all ethnicities. So it's a reason you the way you are. Right? No need to apologize for it. Just make sure it's aimed in the right direction. Look at this. Sire, scribe of Katarin, thus described the scene. Osire had spoken his word had gone forth. Heaven was stirred up. Gods and goddesses knew that work was on hand, knew of its order in this place in the firmament. The earth had sons at last, worthy of the will and service of gods. Osire, impetuous and much loved god of Lotson, was going to visit these earth sons, wash them clean, and put jackets on them. Clean y'all up a little taste. Osire said, in written words, I will set down explicit laws for these unruly false gods, the Gons, and give them bondage like the people of other worlds. Oh, if only they had received discipline before instead of sweet persuasion. Sire said, when some gods give command, the people move along. But when Osire decreed, the whole heaven of Lotson ran. See, Osire wasn't playing with you. Wasn't playing with you a little bit. They said when he spoke, he meant business. Meant business. Let's work. The whole heaven of Lotson ran, and quickly now the mandates were filled. The ships were built. First, the Esseline, commanded by YAH'KI and equipped with 5 million souls, started off in hot haste to the earth to deliver God, his lords, and the brides and bridegrooms prepared for the resurrection. Next, the ship Buer and Atavayet, built for Osire and his host, 50 million strong. So notice that they ain't got to pay nobody to build nothing. They build it themselves. They build it themselves. And they can hold 50 million. Look at this. Osire says, so that no adventure runs foul, let swift messengers be stationed along the roadways, and they shall announce the proceedings of my gods and lords and their whereabouts. And the order of heaven was executed. The earth was stripped of her God and lords, and darkness reigned on earth and in her heavens. Then Osire left his high place, and with his hosts aboard the Etherian ship of fire, set out at breakneck speed toward the earth. I say, boy, no, they don't got the phrase breakneck speed. The OGs used to say that back in the day. I got an elder I talk to this day that say that. They was moving at breakneck speed, boy. I say, dang. So when I first read this and it said breakneck speed, I say, wow, for that to be in here like this. Because that's what the elders, and the elders don't read none of that. They never read or watched me before, nothing. You see that? That deal say breakneck speed toward the earth. Man, that's crazy. Look at it. For such was the disposition of this most determined God. So in other words, when it was time to move out, he moved out. He wasn't playing. He wasn't hesitating. He shot straight out to go stand on business. He ain't detour, none of that. Straight to it. For such was the disposition of this most determined God. Nor did he stop at Chinvat, the boundary of the earth's vortex, but sped on with banners and curtains flying, and with most martial music, military music. Osire playing some MOP or something, some mash out posse. He got him some military music playing. He's like, man, I'm about to go stand on business. I'm about to hit every last one of these false gods. Abba done called me. The creator done called me to handle this business. And notice, he didn't even stop at the boundary of the Earth's vortex at Chinvat. That's where they usually stop and they have recreation and they chop it up a little taste. Man, seriously, I ain't even stopping to have no fun. I'm not even stopping to have no recreation. I'm coming to stand on business. You see? Breakneck speed. And he had military music playing. With most martial music to stir up the souls of his hosts, a sudden title. So he had music playing to excite the souls of his hosts. So he wasn't listening to the opera. Excitement, exhilaration, fervor, vigor, zeal. Look at this. So not only is he moving at breakneck speed, y'all, he bumping some music to excite his hosts. You know what I mean? To get them amped about the mission that they on. They call it martial music or military music. Look at this. Down he came to the earth with his fire ship and sped around it. Look at this. To learn its weak and salient points. And next rose up a little to view the atmospherian spirits who had presumed defiance toward high heaven. In the place where Gal had been, whose God, the most holy one, had learned to rule by love for 800 years. And was unappreciated by the crude boasters and unlearned drudge. There now stood castles and mansions of the false god YHWH. How we handle a false god, creator gang? Look at the false god and built him a mansion in the atmosphere. The false god named Lil YHWH. Look at this. There now stood castles and mansions of these false gods. The nerve. But a false god YHWH around whom a million sentinels, a million soldiers armed for battle were stationed to protect him. The false and to do his will. Got a million soldiers around him, boy. What's that boy? You got a million that sold over there, boy? Well, I don't see nothing but a million caskets. You mean you got a million soldiers or armed soldiers around you? This is a false god. Look at it. To her came Osire, and over the battlements raised his ship and brought it directly into the arena of the council of the lower heavens. Then halting, bade his marshals proclaim his voice. Come forth, O YHWH, behold my power. Your sentinels stand appalled. Your little security over here, your million little soldiers, your security. Yeah, they ain't shooting nothing. They ain't talking about nothing. You see, he come through and say, hey, look, hey, come on outside. Your sentinels stand appalled. I raise my host by higher law and stand on my feet in your city. You know what I mean? Dang. So, your boy Osire pull up. He pull up game strong, boy. He come overdo battlements and everything, man. Dude got a million soldiers. They armed. Osire come through. Pull up game strong. No water. No. Pull up game strong. Look what he do. To her came Osire over the battlements, raised his ship, and brought it directly into the arena. I ain't stunting nothing what you talking about. Pull right up on you. And pulled up so strong. What did it do? It shook his security. And all his security shook. And he told his marshals, hey, proclaim my voice. Come forth, O YHWH. Behold my power. Your security stand appalled. I raise my host by higher law and stand on my feet in your citadel. Hell you mean? Pull up game strong. Look at this. YHWH said, strange and audacious God, from what unmannerly region have you sprung? This is what the false God saying. Know that God should kneel outside my walls and beg to know my will for an audience. Then Osire decided to hear his arguments and thus spoke. From great Jehovah I have come. I kneel to none except him. To do his will in reverence, I come in power and majesty. But before I demolish your pitiful walls and throw you down, supplying to do my will, tell me, how do you excuse yourself and turning from the exalted heavens and building her a kingdom of slaves for your own glory? So Osire so gangster with it, he said, hey, look, before I go ahead and put this fire on you, before I show you what I'm really about, because really you don't want none of this smoke. What make you think you gonna turn from the exalted heavens and build you here a kingdom of slaves? The nerve of you. Before I demolish your pitiful walls and throw you down and make you do my will, what give you the authority to build a kingdom of slaves? Showing you that the Creator is against slavery, y'all. He's against subjugation in every way, shape, form, and fashion imaginable. He's against slavery. So Osire, like, before I go ahead and long stomp you and break you down and come through these little walls you think that's surrounding you, what make you think you got the right to turn away from the high heavens and build you a kingdom of slaves for your own glory? The false God said, you tell you, oh, you jester, before I demolish you and your ship and enslave your host as mine, I will pacify your worthless curiosity so that from now on you may know your lesson well. But first you have mocked me for my slaves. What more are your hosts? Have you not tampered with their too willing love by stories of your unseen Jehovah and persuaded them to let you lead them on to glory? Now I declare to you, there is no Jehovah. This is what the false God is saying. There is no Jehovah, no all person. Hence your philosophy is founded on falsehood. The space is before us. The worlds are before us. There is nothing more. Let him who will assume a kingdom. Let him who will be a slave. Be a slave. I am Apollo. So look at Utea saying he's the false god Apollo. Osire said, after I have cast you down. You see this? He letting him look. He ain't just telling him, like, he's telling him, look, this is what I'm going to do. I'm about to pull up, walk right up on your porch, kick your dough in, and punch you right in your mouth. And there ain't going to be nothing you can do about it. You see how he handling this false god? He ain't playing with him. He letting him know, I'm about to cast you down. After I've cast you down, you might say it was merely because it so happened that one was stronger than another. So then that you may remember my words are more in wisdom than in blind force. Hear me while you can. For I cannot talk along with one like you. He just told him, boy, I ain't got too much more to say to you. I'm not about to keep lip wrestling with you. I ain't finna keep gum bumping with you. So that you may remember my words are more in wisdom than in blind force. Hear me while you can. For I cannot talk long with one like you. He who admits the universe moves in harmony and discipline, system and order, already admits the Creator, the all person. He who denies the all person Jehovah denies unity in all things. For is your person not the unity of your members, and the all person the unity of all things? If all things are not in unity, then all things are divided, one against another. Whoever holds this conviction is a disintegrator, and whoever holds that all things are a unit is a uniter, a unifier. Therefore, if there is greater strength in unison than in isolation, proving which of the two is the more potent, then unison has won the battle and so becomes the all person, the unifier of the all. That's cold. Said unity is stronger than isolation. Well, that means unity is a characteristic of who? The Creator. Creator is not divided. And if you're saying the universe is united, then you're already admitting that there is an all person, a great intelligence behind it. That's cold. Touching the matter of slaves, there is only one master, and he rules over all. But it lies in the power of each and every soul to attune himself with the all person, which is freedom. So becoming one with the Creator is freedom. See that? My hosts are of this kind. In contrast, your slaves attune themselves to you. They cannot rise higher than you. But my hopes have the universe for their model. Because you cannot find the cause of your coming into life. Why not say, I will call him that calls a name, and it shall be Jehovah. And now YAH'KI began a long discourse which Osire did not wait to hear. Remember, he just told him, I ain't finna keep gun bumping with you, boy. I ain't finna keep lip wrestling with you. Remember, Osire is high-strung with impatience towards self-willed ignorance. Meaning he got a short fuse for BS. He got a short fuse for foolishness. So it come to a point to where we not finna keep going back and forth. Right? It's going to have to be proven who the creator is with. And now YAH'KI began a long discourse which Osire did not wait to hear. But turned to his marshal saying, break down the walls of guile and raise up 10,000 pillars of fire on this nigga. Why he talking? He said, man, break down his walls and raise me 10,000 pillars of fire. Let me show you how YAH'KI work. Here I will rebuild Jehovah's kingdom. Let the SNRs chant. So he told the choir to sing. He had some cold cats that was cold with the vocals. Y'all go ahead and sing while we do this. We about to break down this wall of guile, or these walls of guile, and we about to raise 10,000 pillars of fire on him. How about that? This is where I'm going to reestablish Jehovah's kingdom in the atmosphere real quick. I'm about to clean this little makeshift deity, him and his kingdom up real quick. Let the SNR chant, all hail to Osire, God of heaven and earth. To which the astonished YAH'KI stood silent. Look at that. Told you he ain't want no smoke. He's sitting there watching. He's sitting there watching. But before that, he was big heavy with it, wasn't he? He talking about he's about to enslave Osire and his host and his ship and all that. He said that Osire was supposed to be kneeling before him. Osire told him to say, look, I'm going to listen to you for a second, but I don't lip wrestle. I don't gun bump with nobody. All right? Listen to me while you can, because I don't talk to people like you for long. So right when the false God start trying to go back in, because he thinking that this is all about who get the last word, he said, hey, look, break these walls down and raise me up 10,000 pillars of fire. Show you but with this action like. Because remember, the creator called Osire so the earth could feel Osire's power, or the creator's power through his son Osire. Because he knew his son don't play. Not going to play with you. To which the astonished YAH'KI stood silently. Yeah, all that sound good until you really got to go ahead and put that work in. To which the astonished YAH'KI stood silently, as if wondering whether this was real. He like, boy, this is surreal. This is a dream. I'm the master of the dojo until another master come in here and ragdoll you in front of your students. Then your students are his. Your kingdom is his. As if wondering this was real or a frenzied dream, that anyone should so disregard his power, now well established for 300 years, came and overthrew it in 3 seconds. He like, I can't believe this. For the past 300 years, I've been the man in atmosphere on this level. And here come Osire through and like, man, look, raise me 10,000 pillars of fire on this nigga, man. Break these walls down. And old boy that was talking heavy stood there silent, couldn't believe it. Out of the ship came the host, and without command or waiting to know their parts, but everyone in time to the music, because remember the music is playing. The SNRs are chanting, took their place in the citadel, came through his city, mob deep. Osire strode forward, and by the majesty of his power, overturned the throne of YAH'KI, the false god, and heaped the rubbish aside. Came right on in, overthrew his throne like it was like he was throwing toys. Overthrew the false god throne like he was throwing toys around. Like he was throwing Legos around, building blocks. Osire strode forward, and by the majesty of his power, overturned the throne of YAH'KI, the false god, and heaped the rubbish aside. What is about her? Then stretching forth his hand, he said, in your name, O Jehovah. Look what Osire is doing. Huh? In your name, O Jehovah, and by virtue of your power vested in me, I now command the elements to do my will. That's hard. And raise a throne for me worthy of your immortal son. And with his voice, his host in concert quickly piled the adamantine seat and hung it around with transparent tapestry, woven with the elements of silver and gold. See, they build a throne and sit on that deal in the name of the Creator. Meanwhile, the laborers of Osire overturned the walls of Utea's city and set his millions of slaves free, even while Utea's officers, panic-stricken, dropped onto their knees, pleading for pity or fled precipitously off to the earth. And look, all your homeboys and fled. Osire came through, freed your slaves, overthrew your throne, raised 10,000 pillars of fire, broke your walls down. Yeah. Faith is ain't weak, boy. Come right at you with it. Look at this. And Utea conjecturing, look at this. And Utea conjecturing the worthlessness of his stuff compared to that which descended from the higher heavens, shouted and called in vain to those who were his most steadfast zealots in time of peace and easy rule, beholding them now in thousands, vanquished without even a cruel deed or word. Yeah. They real zealous for you when it ain't nothing popping. It's peaceful. I'll die for you, dog. That sound good when you feeding them. They got money in their pocket and all that. But hey, boy, when you get handled in front of everybody like that, even those you think was loyal ain't loyal no more, player. Not long did the fray last, for Osire's work was like a man overturning the toys of a child. Some of y'all got short leggers. Throw some of them toys around. That's how he overthrew this cat kingdom. Osire came through with pull-up game strong. Overthrew his kingdom like a child was throwing toys around. Everything from his walls to his throne. Set his kingdom free. Destroyed, set his slaves free. Destroyed whatever power he thought he had. Even showed the cowardice in his million hosts that was surrounding him. They was only zealous because it was peaceful. You see that? You see this? Dang, boy. Not long did the fray last, for Osire's work was like a man overturning the toys of a child. And Utea, to prove his faith in himself, stood sole spectator. This nigga's watching. Y'all, he supposed to be the big muckety muck. He supposed to be the groovy guru. He got 1 million armed soldiers and got fabulous walls and got a fabulous throne, got millions of slaves. Talk heavy like he the big muckety muck for the past 300 years. And Osiris pulled up on this boy and destroyed his whole kingdom and overthrew it like a child throw toys around. And guess what Lil Woody did? Sat there and looked. Yeah, it sound good. That's all I'm saying. You talk heavy, and that's what social media do. A lot of people talk heavy. Yeah, it's like that until it's like real up close and personal with it. It got real for Utea. A real one showed up. Credit sent one of his real boys through. That wasn't finna play with you. Didn't play with him. Right? And guess what happened? He sat there and watched. You ain't as hard as you think you is, Jack. Look at this. And Utea, to prove his faith in himself, stood sole spectator, unmoved from his tracks, but helpless, wondering what would come next. But now Osire, with no words of explanation or excuse, ascended the new throne and gave a sign in Jehovah's name. So I noticed that too. They all throw up signs. Like they be like these cats stacking. All the Ethereans got hand signs they throw up. And the signs represent some aspect of the Creator. I say, man, that's cold, man. Ascended the new throne and gave a sign in Jehovah's name. which was answered by his mighty host, at which, behold, from the vault of heaven above, there descended mantlets of light, matchless in brilliancy. YHWH was illumined, and all his former evil deeds and cruelty stood out in huge black spots, quailing before the sea of light. For around on every side stood millions of souls, all pure and transparent, washed by the ordeal of time and holy works. Washed by the ordeal of time and holy works. That's how you wash yourself. It's going to take some time, but you do righteousness unto others. But YHWH was not all evil, or short in owning an honorable adversary, and so quickly comprehending his awful plight in the midst of purity, first let fall a tear, the which in pity blinded him from witnessing further his dire humiliation. He cried, but them tears blinded him for a taste. And next, with the blubbering of a beaten schoolboy, he cried out, a beaten schoolboy. YHWH cried out, enough, enough, you God Almighty. Take me away from your dissolving fire. Melt the false god, boy. No weapons of war. Just turn the light up on these gods and melt them. And look what he's saying. Enough, enough. You God Almighty, take me away from your dissolving fire. I was only needing to witness some great God deeds to find proof of my own worthless. I'm just a bitch ass nigga. I can't get jiggy with this shit. I remember on next Friday, he came in here. Well, look, what is this? I can't get jiggy with this. That's what YHWH is saying. Enough. I just a bitch ass nigga. I can't get jiggy with this. You God Almighty, take me away from your dissolving fire. I was only needing to witness some great God's deeds to find proof of my own worthlessness. But Osire was not new to such a situation and proceeded with the affairs of heaven. All right, let him sweat a little taste. See that? But Osire was not new to such a situation and proceeded with the affairs of heaven, appointing officers and laborers and apportioning his high council to do Jehovah's will. And so left YHWH to sweat a while in his own torments. Look at that. You know, no, we ain't gonna let you out that easy, Jack. That boy Osire is a gangster. He probably was a gangster in real life, man. Didn't play with you. He probably was one of them. He said, let him sweat. He said, yeah, this usually happens. Nah, if you let him out too early, he gonna think he got off. Nah, let him sweat. I say, dang, that's cold. Look at him. And so left YHWH to sweat a while in his own torments. Verse 27. Oh, give me relief, cried YHWH, you God of heaven and earth. I consume, I burn in purity's flame. For pity's sake, turn down the consuming light. That's what they be wanting us to do, y'all. Create a gang, turn down the light. We megaton light bombs over here. You see how the light of YAH'KI will melt the false gods. The false gods are just pump faking. They know sooner or later they got to tap back in. And they know, based off the evil that they doing, the light of YAH'KI is going to melt them. They're going to be crying out just like this. And Osire like, nah, let him sweat. He be all right. Turn down the consuming light. Osire halted from his labors long enough to answer thus. All light cannot cease for the convenience of one man. Clothe yourself, O false one, with robes of darkness, and hide your cruel butcheries. You who would have made slaves of my hosts, remember he said that, should be of holier metal than to plead for help. Behold, I have not taken one of your slaves, or asked any to bow in obedience. To the righteous, the worlds are free. Only evil men and evil gods quail before Jehovah's ceaseless fire. Until you're quailing and melting because you're evil. To the righteous, the worlds are free. Only evil men and evil gods quail before Jehovah's ceaseless fire. Meanwhile, YHWH hustled his glittering robes closely around himself and pulled his flashing crown down over his scalded eyes. but its worthless fabric only fed the fury of the all-light, which came from the throne of God, Osire's resting place. Dang. The slaves of Utea had fled or lay piteously prostrate, speechless with fear and wonder. Over these, the host of Osire watched and hastily took them beyond the now rapidly rising pillars of fire, where they were housed temporarily. Still, the voice of Utea rang aloud for help and pity, but none came to him. Then he saw that the prostrate victims fared better and were less conspicuous. So Utea cast himself prostrate along with the rubbish of his former throne. So he fall down among the rocks of his former throne. And this Osire sent Yesta, sister of Atonas, goddess of Apsa, in Etheria, to rescue him and mantle him around with balm from the upper heavens. So Yesta and her band took Utea away, far beyond the boundaries of the new laid Gal. So even Utea gets looked after, right? But not until he sweat. Not until he sweat for the evil deeds that he did. But eventually, he gets redeemed. You dig? If y'all get some understanding, give me a 4 up in the chat, man. Create a game. Y'all see this? This is how you handle a false god. Like big bro Osire, he came in like, man, look, I'm not finna play with y'all. Overthrew his kingdom like a child throw toys around the house and made him watch. And then the light from the throne he was sitting on melted that boy. And then Osire, like, hey, he called one of the sisters, Yesta. You know what I mean? Hey, can bring some balm from the higher heavens and get Utea together, man. I think he learned this lesson. He did. We chapter 3. As you see, Osire ain't playing. He ain't playing a little bit. He ain't playing a little bit, y'all. It's funny to me too, because he like, look, whatever. And he told him, he said, look, I don't lip wrestle. I don't got long to talk to somebody like you. And when dude tried to respond, he told his marshal, them break these walls down and raise me 10,000 pillars of fire. Show you how this works. And went in that deal, overthrew his whole entire kingdom, including his throne. Like a child overthrow toys. Yes, to get the melting from the light, man. I can't deal with this. Let him sweat. Then finally called the goddess and said, hey, look, get him together. Bring some balm from the higher heavens. Wait. Watch that. The book of Osire, chapter 3, OISP. Elijah 7 should be cool. Yeah, Elijah 7 usually come in cool, man. He mustn't. Okay, he must have put some. Maybe he may have put something there by accident, Marcus. But no, Elijah 7 usually cool. All right, Osire. Look at this, y'all. Chapter 3, OISP. Book of Osire, son of the Creator. Osire spoke from the throne, saying, proclaim it in the east and west and north and south. There is a God in heaven. That which has transpired in Gal, go tell the false gods and false lords in Hadad, or the lower heavens, adding, Osire is come. So he like, let them all know what just happened over in Gal. I'm coming to do everywhere where y'all at. Now remember, the Creator called Osire so the earth could feel the Creator's power through his high-raised God. It was high-raised son, Osire. See that? And as you see, Osire came with breakneck speed and didn't play. Got right to it. Got right to the bag. Got right to the mission. Pull up game strong. Pulled up on that boy while he was sitting on his toilet. Wait. Messengers started out for every quarter of the world, inspired by the impetuous utterances of the commanding God. And so half breathless, and in hastening speed, these young gods and young goddesses, the messengers, dropped in upon the lordly defamers of holiness. and told the tale of the overturned guile, where a proud Utea fell. And they, in manner and custom, inspired the false rulers to imagine an even worse calamity had occurred, and that much had been concealed out of deference to Utea and other usurpers. Osire called his council and appointed new positions with new officers, having nothing in common with all past administrations of the gods of earth and heaven. So far, these appointments came from his Etherian hosts, and moved by the fire of his own energy, they quickly assumed their most honorable duties, some to build, some to survey, and lay the course of streets and places of habitations, and yet others to remove the old hospitals and nurseries and make way for new ones, and for factories and all requirements for the millions of souls now scattered, lost, or in dire confusion, currently struggling in the outside darkness. So they coming through and they rebuilding the atmosphere, hospitals, nurseries, all of it, factories, all of it. You know what I mean? Because there's a system and order even when you cross over. It's just like it was a system and order for you when you came here. You came through your mother's matrix or through the womb. There were nurses here to receive you, guardians or parents. There were hospitals that you were birthed in. So when you cross over and die, you're a newborn spirit. So it's the same, as above, so below. It's the same system and order. It's just magnified. So there's administration. There's rules. There's order. You understand? And you have, and this life is more of a preparation for what's to come. You're practicing now. You dig? Look at this. And moved by the fire of his own energy, and they quickly assumed their most honorable duties. Okay, outside darkness, verse 4. From which arose a constant wheel of fear and torment, strangely wild compared to the glorious light spreading quickly from the rising pillars of fire around the throne of God. Osire's host of 50 million attuned to harmony and precision were proceeding briskly with their labor, each one knowing his part and playing close to the text in every motion. And yet a number of these were as nothing compared to the millions scattered in the gloomy darkness well and beyond the walls. Here a robe, Osire would say, or with his hand command an otivan to those hapless slaves. And as if his thoughts had spoken to his hosts, his Etherian workmen rushed to make his will omnipotent. There was no loss of time or space to inquire how the matter should be done. For heaven's trained workmen, listen to this, y'all. You still get education and training and skills and all that when you cross over, man. And no loss of time or space to inquire how the matter should be done. For heaven's trained workmen have learned the power of concentrated effort, using force, their mind, and the power of knowledge braced to a single point by which the elements stood to do their will. See, they build through willpower. Depending on how advanced you are. One day as a spirit of the dead, or as an ancestor, or as an angel that's rising and becoming more and more advanced, eventually you will be building things based off concentrated force and willpower. So if a fire ship that holds 1 million souls need to get built, you and those charged with it come together and use your willpower to build it and gather elements through willpower, concentrated force. You read in the Bible where you're going to do greater works than Jesus. This is when it happens. To learn this simple harmony for all to be as one, how many countless millions must rise up from the earth to be hurled back, discordant and powerless before Jehovah's sons and daughters? Yes, kings, and kings and queens and potentates, high-strung and unwarranted conceit are cast down to beg, beseechingly like a child, like a furious lion is tamed, his giant power worthless before the hands of man, whose strength by knowledge triumphs. So do the Etherians from high heaven descend to humiliate first, and then to teach the false gods and false lords of the lower heavens. Or HERBAL. Jehovah says, what more, O man, have I put upon you to learn? What more, O man, have I put upon you than to learn? And strewn your path with lessons rich in happiness, to learn the elements and master them. This it is to be a god or a goddess. So salute to the gang, man. Peace to the righteous gods and Nirvanian goddesses. Salute to the GIT gods and goddesses in training, man. Now you know what it is to be a God, to learn the elements and master them. To learn the elements and master them. This it is to be a god or goddess. You see that? To learn the elements and master them. This it is to be a god or goddess. So look at the periodic timetable of elements. And look at all the elements. Look at all the isotopes and all that, right? Well, do you know, in order for you to be a god or goddess, you must learn to master the elements. Master them in their various states and forms. Sometimes they be in liquid form, gas form, or solid form. Yeah, you continue to advance once you cross over. And once you become a god, you've learned mastery of elements, manipulation of elements. See that? To learn the elements and master them, this it is to be a god or goddess. And where one man is weak, that two or more unite. A simple thing by which even the stars of heaven can be turned from their course. Look at that. Concentrated force. Look at this. You're more powerful than you understand. We are more powerful. Look at this. Jehovah says, have I not said the weakest king is he who has the most soldiers? You hear that? You hear that? Boy, Marcus, what is you around her doing? Who but lifestyles hit Marcus, somebody probably got your phone or something. You hiding everybody, boy. What's going on? Yeah, y'all make sure. Okay, Cal. Right on, Cal. Right on, Cosmo, Cal. Good looking out. Yeah, everybody that somebody probably got Marcus' phone because you deleting everybody, boy. No, Elijah 7 good. We all know MELCHIZEDEK is solid for sure. Truth, beauty for ashes, they good peoples too. If I ain't mistaken. What else you didn't hear around this deal, boy? Yeah, one of your short leggers must have your phone. Yeah, unhide everybody. If wasn't nobody getting disrespectful, everybody that Marcus 9 Lives hid, unhide for me. Yeah, I knew something was up, Marcus, man. You over your ass done deleted down there everybody. You done deleted the whole gang, boy. Yeah, y'all all good. My YAH'KI and all that. Yeah, whoever he didn't hear, if anybody getting disrespectful, we all good, man. Y'all good. Please forgive your brother. Oh, look at this. Who has the biggest standing army in the world today? It ain't even got to be the biggest. Who got the most powerful? Look what the creator said. Look what the creator said. Jehovah says, have I not said the weakest king is he who has the most soldiers? The weakest king is he who has the most soldiers. Utea had 1 million soldiers, and as soon as Osire pulled up and started shining that light, they all fled. The weakest king is he who has the most soldiers. And the strongest nation where no soldiers are required. How then do the false gods expect by evil deeds to fortify their thrones? Lo, my Ethereal hosts come unarmed, and by a breath blow away their mighty kingdom. You see that? You see that? Creator's Ethereal army don't even come with no weapons. They just come with that light. Come with that light and with a breath blow all that away. Child's play. Yep. Child's play. My Ethereum hosts come unarmed and by breath blow away their mighty kingdom. And so it was in Gal, only one Earth day. Y'all heard this? Nigga, in 24 hours, he overthrew this boy kingdom. In 24 hours, one Earth day. And so it was in Gal, only one Earth day had come and gone since Utea reigned over 100 million slaves, who daily brought up tribute from the earth to ornament this crown-like city. And now the dawn of another world stood supreme in the demolished kingdom. He said one day had come and gone. It was all good 24 hours ago, Utea. You had 100 million slaves. Every day they was bringing you up stuff to you decorate your little kingdom and all that. And 24 hours later, boy, you've been destroyed. The whole kingdom overthrew like a child play and throw around toys. Y'all see that? Our march is all good. What greater pity is there than to see the former slaves still loyal to their deposed master? Straight, you talking about some cognitive dissonance, boy. Here Utea coming to him in his banishment, 50 million swearing terrible oaths of fidelity to him forever. A most pitiful sight. For the great spirit created man capable of such, even to wed himself to misery, for zeal and ignorance, to prove a most foolish love. And were it not for Utea's guardians, his very slaves would have smothered him in desperate effort to manifest loyalty, fidelity. See that? So even after they see that, and that's crazy, man. Even after you see slave master get utterly destroyed, basically, and here you go, still loyal. Then Yester spoke to him, saying, raise your voice against this unseemly crowd and be commander still, at least to save yourself. Remember how Jehovah gives this lesson to mortals to say the evil away. For lo, remember how Jehovah, and this is what Yester, this is what a goddess is saying to the false god, Utea. Remember how the creator gives this lesson to mortals to say to evil away. So we supposed to be speaking evil away from us. For lo, to allow first one and then another to fasten upon oneself is as a great crime, is as great a crime as a debauched passion unchecked. For lo, to allow first one and then another to fasten upon oneself is as great a crime as a debauched passion unchecked. Order them to go. Order whatever evil around you, check it. Order it to go. For love of self, which is your gift from great Jehovah. Be yourself. It will better them also. Hear that? Utea struggling said, alas, fair angel, these were my slaves. The hardest blow of all is their acknowledged love. The fire of the throne of Osire was tame compared to this. For hundreds of years, I gave these creatures pangs and wretchedness, and now they give me love. Poor idiots. I cannot drive them away. And so sobbing, Utea bowed his head for such sudden great truths, turned all his judgment into the darkness of his past deeds and wickedness. Even while crowding close on every side, the 50 million kept up their ceaseless assurances of endless love. Nor was there any way open to escape from their ignorant jargon and foul breath. So they breath stank too. So when Yester saw how helplessly Utea had given up, she raised her hand saying, what shall I do, O Jehovah? Upon which the light descended, and Jehovah spake through his daughter Yester, saying, flesh of my flesh I created man. From my own spirit I gave man a spirit also, and to all men alike I gave all things in my worlds. But some men are not content with what I gave, but I ask for more, even that they may have their fellows for slaves. To these I have given an answer to their prayers. Behold then, O man, why do you seek to put away today even that which a day before you did pray for? Just yesterday you was praying for more slaves. Remember, you get what you want. It's just when we get it, we be wanting to give it back because what we desired this whole time, we didn't realize comes with a responsibility. more money, more women, more children, more cars, more this, more that. And then you look up, you're worried sick. And now you want to give some of it back. And it's like, no, you can't give back your women. You can't give back your children. You have said, man, can make, you have said. Hold on right here. They are as good today as yesterday. Behold then, O man, why do you seek to put away today even that which a day before you did pray for? They are as good today as yesterday. You have said, man can make himself whatever he will. So your creator is worthless to you. If you do not desire to carry their love, which is the lightest of all burdens, how did you carry their hate for so long? Nevertheless, if you desire, you can put them away. They are yours. Do as you will. You tell yourself, how can I put them away? I cannot reason with 50 million. No, before I persuaded 20, the first ones so ignorant would forget what I said. Tell me then, O goddess, what shall I do to free myself from this great multitude? Yester said, do not call on me, but on your creator. That's right, sister. That's cold. Do not call on me, but on your creator. And not to be freed from your own good, but for wisdom to do some good to them over whom you have long been a remorseless tyrant. The goddess came right out and said it. Yester said, do not call on me, but on your creator. And not to be freed from your own good, but for wisdom to do some good to them over whom you have long been a remorseless tyrant. You need to be asking for wisdom. You got to make right what you did wrong. Now you want to get back your kingdom. You want to get back your slaves. That's what you just was praying for. Now it done went sideways and you want to give it back. I want to be free of this. It don't work like that. The creator is speaking through Yester and telling him that, hey, look, you need to be asking for wisdom to do good to those you've been doing evil to. These are a small curse to you. These are a small curse to you compared to your own judgment. For from yourself you can never flee. You shall undo your selfish deeds, which you have practiced for so long. So turn at once and make oath to him who made you, that from this time forward you will do good to others with all your wisdom and strength. You tell yourself, alas, your words are wise. You tell yourself, alas, your words are wise and holy, but I have no faith. I have no faith. Yes, I said, do not say this. Your words are another bondage on your soul. You heard that? Don't be running around talking about what you can't do and what you don't have. Your words are another bondage to your soul. To say I have no faith is to imprison yourself away from all light. Never say you have no faith, y'all. That's to imprison yourself away from the creator. Come quickly, or lo, I leave you. For if you do not profess faith, why should I labor any more with you? This is what the God is just telling the false God, trying to get him to see his responsibility and go through his judgment. If you ain't got faith, what am I here for? There's nothing I can do for you. Say, I have faith in you, O Jehovah. I can, I will raise up these I have cast down. There go your affirmation. Power in them affirmations. Power in them words. You tell your wept and answered, oh, if only I had faith like yours. But for long years, I taught myself that prayer to Jehovah was not required of one as great and strong as I. Alas, I smothered out the fire. And amid his sobs, you tell you fell prostrate at Yester's feet. Quickly now. Look at this. Quickly now she raised her slender hand toward high heaven, saying, oh, Jehovah, by your power vested in me. Shout out to the sisters, man. I here encircle this, your prostrate child, with adamantine light. Down from above came phosphorescent flames of light, with which Yester drew a circle around her small group, at which the multitude stood back and looked on in wonder and fear. But the surging mass beyond pressed forward, shouting, YAH'KI, YAH'KI. Little by little, Yester extended the light, and her assistants put up a structure to guard the place, so that in a little while it was like a miniature throne in heaven. Yester then assumed the power and so took command, placing helpless YAH'KI by her side. Meanwhile, her assistants sped through the multitude, making roadways and selecting out the most intelligent of the former slaves and making guards of them. Yester said to YAH'KI, now I will give you a lesson in righteousness. That's how you handle a false god, man. And they all gonna fall. You did. Look at this right here. Now will I give you a lesson in righteousness, for you shall educate and develop all this host, your former slaves, to your own level. Didn't know that, did you? Slave master ain't going nowhere until he educates his former slaves in spirit and train them to a level that's even better than his. Equal with or better than his. Look at it. It says, you shall educate and develop all this host, your former slaves, to your own level before you raise yourself the tiniest fraction. That's what every slave master that has ever graced this earth. I mean, y'all ancestors got their revenge. They got their get back. And slave master had to work and raise them up and train them up to be better than him. Other than that, he ain't going nowhere. He's a wandering spirit. Do not think it is easy to assume to be a god or a lord or even a mortal king. Those who make servants of others must also raise them up. Those who make servants of others must also raise them up to be angels of light. Man, what a work slave master got to do when he cross over after he get his ass whooped and thrown in hell. When he's delivered out of there, this is the redemptive work they got to do in spirit to those they harmed while they both were living in flesh. Those who make servants of others must also raise them up to be angels of light. Heaven is just as well as bountiful. To whom Jehovah has given bountifully, it is commanded he shall give bountifully. For hundreds of years you have had the service of these hapless creatures. So now you shall serve them, telling the slave master, YAH'KI. Now you got to serve your slaves. Now you got to serve them by making them intelligent men and women. Yes, to the lowest of them are your equals. To the lowest of them are your equals, of whom you can be proud and say before the Father, behold my sister, behold my brother, you, YAH'KI, shall not be free. That's justice right there, man. That's fair. That's fair. You got to raise them up. You got to educate them. You feel me? You wanted slaves and all that when you was in the flesh. That's what you said. You got slaves and got goofy. And think that death is going to free you from this responsibility. Nah. Look at this. YAH'KI said, I perceive your words are from the All-Highest. This is just. So even the false God got to admit, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I perceive your words are from the All-Highest. This is justice. I perceive now that while I rated myself supreme judge of right and wrong, I judge with partiality to myself. Yes, without an All-Highest, I perceive there can be no justice in heaven or earth. Oh, you all light, how can I approach you? I have been feeding myself with an endless poison. My darkness was my fortress. Teach me the way, O angel of light. Whatever Jehovah wills, that I will do from this time onward with all my wisdom and strength. So Yester restored order and divided the multitude into many parts and sent officers among them to select and assort them, so that as soon as Osire would decree asylums and schools for them, they could be taken to them. So we got gods and goddesses doing work for the Creator. If y'all understand that, give me a 2 up in the chat. Give me a 2 up in the chat. We in the book of Osire, son of Jehovah, OSP, chapter 4. Headshot, body blow. Headshot, body blow. Shout out to y'all in the chat, man. Number love and light, man. Y'all believe that, know that. We. Y'all see the redemptive work, though? Even for a false god. You can go through his torment and all that. Eventually, he got to come up out of his torment and go through his judgment. And when he heard the judgment, he was like, yeah, that's justice. That makes sense. The boy had 100 million slaves that he degraded. Kept their spirit kept their spirit grade lower than snail nuts. Very low. And these same slaves died and crossed over. You feel me? And how they were in the flesh is how they were in spirit. So the one responsible for their ignorance and their darkness was YHWH, their slave master. So guess who has to clean up and make right the fact that they're ignorant and in darkness? YHWH does. And y'all is like that period with all of us. You got to right your wrongs, so you ain't going nowhere. Notice what he said. Until you do that, you ain't going to be free. You see? That's why I desire to have no servants. I desire to have no students, people following me, none of that. Don't take nothing I say for, you know what I mean? Take everything I say with a grain of salt. Go look at it for yourself. But make no mistake about it. Ain't damn one of y'all following me. I'm nobody's fearless leader. Now, I ain't about to be responsible for all that. All right, look, I got enough to clean up. I got enough to clean up in the earth. That's right, just me. Look at him. See that? Gotta be careful. I ain't nobody's fearless leader. I'm cool. I'm just your brother. Now I'm gonna bust my gun for you now. We gonna set up some megaton light bombs and all that all day. But now I'm nobody's king, general, captain, leader, moray. You know what I mean? I ain't none of that. I'm just your bro, and I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. The book of Osire, OSP, chapter 4. I'm glad everybody getting some understanding. Shout out to my long time partner and childhood friend David Stevenson, my bro. Shaky Dave. Man, that boy go back right there, boy. Hey, rising power to little Jawan, man. I heard you they Jawan over on the east side, Shake. Yeah, I heard you Jawan Speaver, man. Cat we all went to school with. I heard they found him dead on the east side, December the 5th. And rising power came. You dig? Rising power, and may you witness everything the Creator has for you, brother. And he was a cool bro. He really wasn't on nothing. You know what I mean? Like he wasn't no troublemaker. He never got in no trouble or nothing. He was just a cool bro that always was was always smiling and laughing and you know what I mean? So hey man, my brother Jawan, man, J Speeve on Facebook. Hey bro, man, you rise in power. You dig? I ain't know nothing about it. I heard somebody got killed in Washington Park. on the east side, but I ain't never in a million years what I thought it would have been you, bro. You know what I mean? So, hey man, may you rise in power, brother. You dig? And may you witness every part of creation that the Creator has for you. You know what I mean? Hey man, and may the Creator comfort your family, your children. You know what I mean? Man, that happened so quick. I was like, what? Like, what the hell happened? I'm thinking maybe, maybe some health issues or something. Nah, man, little bro got killed. Like, dang. For what though? What I'm saying is, like, bro was cool. You ain't have to kill him. He was cool. He wasn't on nothing. Dang, bro, I didn't even know that, man. That's crazy. It was somebody he was helping that did it. Somebody that he let stay with him. Dang, bro. Dang. Then let a Drew Jot and let a demon up in the crib, huh, man? Rise in power, bro. Cause I know Lil bro wasn't on nothing like that. You dig? And as you see his heart, he was helping somebody out. And got took up out of here by the cat. He was helping out, man. You dig? Man, you get to that second resurrection fast, bro. And we'll link again, man. You dig? Rise in power, King. All right, OI Speed chapter 4, book of Osire. How you handle a false god. How you handle a false god, man. Part 1. Osire lost no time, but officered Gal and established his council in hot haste, making OT his temporary god on the throne while he himself went forth to other regions to conquer. To conquer and overturn false gods and lords. Leaving therefore a sufficient guard and council. Osire with a host of 20 million went westward in Atmospheria, over and above the great central Northlands, where a false god, YAH'KI, was established with another 100 million slaves to do his will. YAH'KI, having been advised by his messengers of Osire's approach to the earth's heavens, and supposing Osire to be from some remote star, and not knowing there were Etherian worlds in the firmament, had laid his kingdom around with new walls and doubly fortified his throne and godly attired himself and officers in hopes of overawing the coming God. Look at him. He like, put your good clothes on. We gonna decorate everything. He ain't know nothing about Ethereum. No, the incoming bomb is coming to check your temperature. He ain't coming to play patty cake with you and be in awe. This brother done been in Etheria. Ain't nothing you can show him in the atmosphere that's going to have him in awe. This brother done been up in the higher heavens, ruling and loaxing for over 100,000 years. Here you go bringing up elements from the earth to decorate your kingdom, and you think a brother that's from Etheria, the emancipated heavens, is going to be in awe about some earth elements. The vanity, bro. To watch came Osire. To YAH'KI came Osire, not waiting to be announced, nor halting for YAH'KI sentinels, but driving his ship straight up to the throne. Pulled up on that boy while he was on the toilet. I'm not waiting to be announced. There is no hold, stop, time's out. I ain't stopping to be checked by your security. Blew right past your security. Pulled up on that boy while he was on his toilet, on the throne. Stop, cried the astonished YAH'KI. Who dares to profane my throne and set at defiance all the rules of virtuous gods? Down from your ship. Listen to what the false God's saying. Down from your ship and crawl on your belly to your sovereign God. Do you hear this? Hey, we're trying to let y'all know. We're trying to keep y'all from doing that. Worming on your belly. Or praying like the Muslims in the mosque. Here you go 1 centimeter from that grown-ass man's rectum. Oh, y'all bent down on your chest, ass perpendicular up in the earth. And the next man's head is 1 centimeter from your anus. Here you go talking about you praying. The false gods keep you worming on your belly. They keep you low. Down your ship and crawl on your belly to your sovereign God. Know that I am great Apollo. Now, hold on. Uteo was claiming that he was Apollo. And now YAH'KI is saying the same thing. Wow. But Osire deigned only to say, by what authority have you made slaves of Jehovah's sons and daughters to augment your own self-glory? All that sound good. He pulled right up on that boy while he on his toilet. Blew past security. Ain't waiting to be announced. Huh? And as the God talk heavy, he said, anyway, what authority you got to make slaves out of Jehovah's sons and daughters for your own glory? And not waiting for a reply. Hold on, man. And not waiting for a reply. Lighted down before the throne, even while 1,000 or more well-drilled stood with him in the form of a star, at which the upper light descended in great brilliancy. YAH'KI was frightened and fled from his throne. I told y'all, boy, that light melt them false gods. They can't deal with that light. The Creator's host don't come with weapons of war. We just come with the light. Megaton light bomb. YAH'KI was frightened and fled from his throne and all his counsel with him. Well, I like this Osire cat, boy. I gotta meet him one day, but he had to be a no-nonsense gangster when he was in the flesh. He had to be. He had to be. Because he ain't even playing with you. He not gum bumping. He ain't lip wrestling with you. Right to it. Hell, he ain't even stopped to have no recreation when he got hurt. He blew right past Shinva. I'm ready to stand on business. And while Uteo was talking, man, anyway, break these walls down and raise me 10,000 pillars of fire. Boy, remove that boy, wipe that boy throne off it out of existence and turned it to rubble. Boy, like he was, I'm talking about like he just moved his finger. And then overthrew his entire kingdom like a child throw toys around the house while he sat there and watched. What the hell are you talking about? Then he get to this other cat with YAH'KI, blow right past his security. Pull up to him while he on the throne, on his toilet. And then as dude talking, I'm not even gonna talk to you. Nigga, turn that light up. Turn that light up. Him and all his homeboys fled. Hell, I look like letting these cowards pat me down. Man, I'm trying to tell y'all, man, this dude was not playing. Then spoke Osire, saying to his host, do not allow this false god and his counsel to escape. Don't let them escape. Hunt them down. You thought it was a game. You were just talking heavy, wasn't you? There he is. Do not allow this false god and his counsel to escape. Surround them, encircle them, and hold them to know my will and the decree of the Creator. Presently, the Etherians returned with YAH'KI, who cried out, oh, let me go. So they went and detained him. Oh, let me go. Take off, but let me go. What am I to you? Look at him. He another one. I can't get jiggy with this sheet. I just a bitch ass nigga. I can't get jiggy with this. Osire answered him, saying, such has been the history of these heavens. In past ages, the usurping false gods were allowed to go their way, leaving their helpless former subjects in the hands of the Etherian host. That day is past. I come to make such gods know that their fate and responsibilities rest on the decrees of a higher one, even the Creator Jehovah. Behold, You have cast down and blighted 100 million of Jehovah's children, making slaves of them to do your will, as you were the cause of their fallen state, from liberty, freedom, to slavery, bondage. So now you should redeem them to freedom, wisdom, and truth. Yeah, you got to clean that up. Slave master Crenshaw. While Osire spoke, his proper officers let fall a light from the upper regions, the like of which YAH'KI had never seen. Boy, ain't never seen no light like this. Presently, all things became transparent, and the enraged YAH'KI, for seeing trouble ahead, answered in this way: "Do not accuse me, you audacious God. These, my counsel, urged me hundreds of years ago to my course." Oh, look at him. Now he's snitching on his. Now he's snitching. You see that light coming? He get the snitching, boy. Oh man. These, my counsel. He's snitching. He's snitching on his partners and them. Little YAH'KI, little false god. These, my counsel, urged me hundreds of years ago to my course. The only condition being that they remain my close advisors. I was their tool. Look at this. And if you desire justice, make them feel the sting of repentant labor. Look at this snitch. Look at the snitch. Let them have my slaves. I do not want them. I have been a most honest, upright God. Look at that, boy. Put that fire on you, boy. You get to telling. Come on, y'all. They caught us. And now his counselors accuse one another, and all of them heaping the blame on YAH'KI. Meanwhile, the Ethereal flames grew lighter and lighter, from which there was no concealment, and all their former falsehoods and cruel words and evil deeds were unveiled, disclosing souls dark and hideous, with long covered up crimes, now laid bare for the gaze of every eye. But that light exposed it all, don't it? Look at this. This scene brought the curious slaves in millions to witness it and to reassure the suffering false god of their love and loyalty. And when YAH'KI looked and saw the abject wretches who claimed him as their worshipful God, he cried out. Enough, enough, unfeeling God. You come in pretended right and peace, but because of your power, execute on me, and my counsel torments more terrible than I ever gave to any slave of mine. Know that I am Apollo. Thinking they Apollo, son of the creator. These are false gods. Using names like Osiris, Apollo, Thor. The false gods just use the names of the ones who became famous for doing the will of the creator. And they just changed the doctrine. That's it. Look at that. To which Osire answered, "What are names to me?" Same thing we said in the Zion Lex. Little oil of Olay. That boy probably used more skin moisturizer than a woman. That's your new name, little oil of Olay. Look at it. To which Osire answered, "What are names to me?" With that, Osire, by waving his hand, caused his host to cast aside the false god's throne, scattering all his glittering gems abroad. He moved his hand and, man, turn his throne down. Scattering all his glittering gems abroad, relics for the multitude. And now 3 pillars of light shot up and stood beside Osire and his attendants, at which all the strength and courage sapped out of YAH'KI and his confederates, and they crouched down at Osire's feet. Osire called Atu, saying, "Take them outside the lights and hand them over to their slaves for a while." Hand them over to their slaves for a while. So Atu and his guard gathered them from the light and bore them away. Quickly now, Osire offers her this newly conquered place in heaven and called it Atat, signifying foundation of perishable laws. And on a new throne appointed Lucy as temporary God, giving him a council of 1,000 Etherians. After that, Osire drew the plans for roads, temples, schools, hospitals, nurseries, and all other habitations required by spirits newborn in heaven, leaving orders to have them completed by a given time. So he's like, look, what Osire is doing, he's going to everywhere where these false gods are at, overthrowing them, freeing their slaves, you dig, and then rebuilding these kingdoms, not destroying them, but rebuilding them so they can be suitable for newborn spirits of the dead when they cross over. See that? So the souls of the dead don't get captured by the false gods and their emissaries. He just come through, destroy the false god, destroy his kingdom in front of everybody, free his slaves, and then build up a quote unquote righteous kingdom in its place to receive the spirits of the dead when they cross over. That way they cross over and they have their roads, their temples, their schools, their hospitals, their nurseries, their places of habitations and all that. See that? Look at this. Next, Osire ordered the divisions and selections to be made in the now scattered hosts of atmospherians and to have them all arrested and put into their proper places. This labor he left in the charge of God, Luce. 4 out on the plateau, he too and his attendants carried with Chalk and his confederates, followed by 40 million of his former slaves. There are two left with Chalk and his people, and Atu and his attendants stepped aside to witness whatever would transpire. At this stage, Osire departed with his ship and steered southward over the land of Shem, India, coming to a place in the lower heaven called Vibraj, signifying resplendent, where the false god Davis ruled, having 800 million slaves, 1,000 lords, and 10,000 governors. Wow. And even as Osire had rushed in headlong upon the other false gods, so in like manner he came with this fire ship into the great city of Vibraj. At this time, the largest city of the lower heaven, Davis had been warned by his sentinels and so came to the front of his capital just in time to see the fearless Osire alight on the piazza in front of the council house. He came into the front of his kingdom just in enough time to witness the megaton light bomb, boy. Man, if y'all get some understanding, give me a vortex up in the chat, man. We going into book of Osire, son of Jehovah, OISP, chapter 5 next, man. Wait. Somebody God done failed, boy. Somebody gonna be mad, but you be all right. Trust me. No, wait. Here we go, chapter 5. We get some understanding in this deal, boy. Here we go. Osire is not playing no games at all. Ooh wee, baby. Chapter 5. Chapter 5, OISP. Book of Osire, son, Jehovah, headshot. Bro, ain't playing no games, though. Look at him. Osire said, in the name of Jehovah, peace to you. To which Davis replied, no, in the name of Apollo, who I am. Now, how are all these cats Apollo? Huh? How? You got Utea claiming to be Apollo, with Chalk claiming to be Apollo, all false gods. And now you got Davis claiming to be Apollo. All false gods. How dare you approach except to crawl on your belly? That's one thing them false gods do. They put you on your belly, boy. They put you on your belly. If I can find that scene from Breaking Bad, it shows it perfectly. I think it was season 5. And Dave, I can find that scene and show you those. It was some twins who were some killers for the cartel. But in order for them to invoke some type of spirit, they had to crawl on their belly to the deity. I said, damn, there it is. Notice all the false gods threaten you with worming on your belly. For 400 years, the honor of my kingdom has been revered by all visiting gods, but you come as a barbarian, down, wretch, before I have you bound and cast in prison. Osire said, why should I not come before you? Behold, the great spirit created the whole universe for his sons and daughters. By what right have you usurped a portion? And from what source comes your authority to bid me to kneel to you? But if you can show me where you have one just claim to enslave these people, rather let your argument run there. For I have come in the name of the Father to free them, so that they may be prepared for the second and third resurrections. Boy, me tell them we'll produce your call, because I've been sent by the Father to free them. So who gave you your authority to enslave them? Dave, I said, do not think I have neglected to prepare for rebellious gods like you. Behold, my millions of subjects. What is your handful? I tell you truly, I have prisons large enough to hold you and your hosts. Neither flatter yourself that I am ignorant. For 200 years, I labored in the so-called resurrections. I made myself a slave to the multitude, giving all my labor and time. Then I saw my foolishness and so built the third resurrection myself. Look at this cat. This is therefore my lawful kingdom. Moreover, I tell you to your face, you wretch, there is no higher heaven than mine. Neither do you come from a heaven as great as mine. By having great self-conceit, you have come for mischief. I have heard of you from other heavens, but now you have put your head into the halter. Seize him, Marshal, seize him and his host, cast them into prison. Osire did not speak. Man, this cat is a gangster, I'm trying to tell you. Osire did not speak, but raised his hand upward in the seventh sign. Whatever that is, so I noticed that these cats be like they be stacking. They be throwing they setup, like it be crazy. Like, man, these are the good guys. Osire did not speak, but raised his hand upward in the seventh sign, and suddenly his host cast forth sheets of light brighter than the sun. You see that? And suddenly his host cast forth sheets of light brighter than the sun. David stood back frightened, and his marshals fled. Like, look at that. And all the security of the false gods flee when that light get put on their ass, boy. And the false gods, ain't never even seen no light like this. You see, the army of the march of Jehovah, or the army of the Creator, don't come with weapons of war. They just turn that light up. You know, they turn that light up, it melts you. You see that? And suddenly his host cast forth sheets of light brighter than the sun. David stood back frightened, and his marshals fled. Presently, Osire with 1,000 attendants stepped forth in flames of light and went up into the capital and surrounded David, the usurper, but did not touch him. And now the ship was illumined, and lo, the sentinels of David's council broke and fled. Immediately after which Osire spoke, saying, hand of your hand, O Jehovah, voice of your voice, overturn this house and throne. Dang. And behold, the light of the upper heavens rested in Osire's palms. And he struck the house and the throne, and they tumbled over like straw before a hurricane. Boy, what are we talking about? And that's showing you, man, look, all these kingdoms in atmosphere by these false gods are built with elements that are earthly. You ain't even dealing with nothing superior. So when you're dealing with an angel or an Ethereal god that come from the higher heavens outside the atmosphere, whose vibrational frequency is way more faster and way more brighter, you understand? Oh no, all the evil that you've been on gonna be exposed. Why you think they all run or tremble and fall? He said, and they tumbled over like straw before a hurricane. Alone stood David, the evil god, half speechless and half blinded by the great light of Jehovah. Down, down, said Osire, to the walls and temples of the city. And his host concentrated at any point Osire's hand directed, and lo, everything fell and was scattered far. Meanwhile, the officers of Davis fled in all directions, except those who were overcome by the light, and these fell and buried themselves amid the rubbish. Stop! Stop! Cried Davis. Give me her! I perish! I am a consuming fire. That's mighty funny, because that's the name of, that's one of the ways they described it, God. You know what I mean? Biblical God, consuming fire. Look at this. I am a consuming fire. And he tossed his hands aloft and cringed his face within his glittering robes. And now Osire called for thunder and lightning and sent shafts through and over and about the whole plateau of the barrage. And the din and roar confounded all the 800 million souls, so that they ran no further, but stood and waited, watching for what would happen next. Osire did not stop in his proceedings, but went forward to a more suitable place. Hey, I'm almost done. Osire did not stop in his proceedings, but went forward to a more suitable place to build his throne. Jehovah Almighty, he cried, elements of your elements, O Father, found here a throne for your son. And even so, it was accomplished. For while his words went forth, the elements rose. Look how powerful these brothers are, man. And look, these are this is the education and the training and advancement that we all go through. Eventually, you're going to be able to do the same thing. And even so, it was accomplished. For while his words went forth, the elements rose to do his will. And there arose a most excellent throne, strong and adamantine, on which Osire ascended. Meanwhile, Davis had fallen down flat, weeping and wailing. But Osire, by a motion of the hand, called YAH'KI, a most enlightened archangel, with her attendants, to bear him away, which was quickly done. He called the goddess. Hey, goddess, go ahead and cart him on off the field. He was just talking heavy, though. Look at it. Quickly now the place was cleared, and with pillars of light as brilliant as an arc in the ethereal firmament, the host of Osire fenced around a sufficient space for a city of 1 billion souls. Wow. Now Osire appointed Clesta to be dawn goddess, and he gave her a council of 50,000 Etherians outside of the walls of the pillars of Agni, where Davis and his 800 million subjects in dire confusion. YAH'KI, the archangel, said to Davis, in your own falsehood, you are favored to free yourself a while. In your own falsehood, you are favored to free yourself a while, to organize a new kingdom, but in holiness, and then return and command obedience from this smothering host. Behold, you have taught them to believe you are Apollo. Say to them now, I am not Apollo. I have been false. Davis madly replied, never. Jehovah and his kingdoms be accursed forever. You strange spirits come from far off kingdoms to despoil and overturn the most righteous place in heaven. Are Jehovah and his servants destroyers? To which YAH'KI replied, this is no time for argument. See here these countless millions. If I and my attendants withdraw from you, you will be as one drowned amid this sea of ignorance and horrid smells. Assume it once for pity's sake, to purge yourself of your lifelong falsehoods and treacherous tyranny. Announce yourself as Davis, as you are, and I can save you. The God is telling the false God, I only can save you if you stop pump faking. You got to come on home and let your slaves know I was lying. I'm not the creator. This is not the all highest. But notice, the goddess is telling the false God, until you keep it real, I can't do nothing for you. And that's what the gang been telling y'all. The credit gang been telling y'all the whole time. Until you're willing to be ready, until you're ready to be real with yourself. Until you're ready to be real with yourself, you're not ready to have no conversation over it. And that's what the goddess just told the false god Davis. You dig? Assume at once for pity's sake to purge yourself of your lifelong falsehoods and treacherous tyranny. Announce yourself as Davis as you are. I can save you. Can't save you if you're lying. Can't save you if you're not being solid. You see? And the people will respect you more if you just come on outside and say, you know what, I looked at that wrong. I was tripping. Right? You don't want to be out here like a little oil of Olay, Zion Lex, or the Canaanite gods, Naphtali, just lying about whatever. Notice the Ethereal gods and goddesses say, until you keep it solid, I can't do nothing for you. Look at this. Devas rudely thrust her aside, saying, never. I acknowledge to no one. If there is a higher heaven, I will ascend there as I am. Apollo. Wang T said, do not put me off in Jehovah's name. Remember what you are, and from the little you have seen, how powerless you are before omnipotence. Your fate is like that of all dictators on the verge of a chasm of horrors. Davis did not wait to hear her further, but proclaimed aloud, Apollo, and stood aside. Presently, his former officers rushed to him, and with that came the sea of millions of spirits, unorganized, unwashed, unfed, frightened, and mad for love of the name Apollo. Ego getting away, man. You can't even keep it solid. The meaning of which they did not know. They didn't know the meaning of the name Apollo. And they became as a knot of serpents entwined around the central figure, Devas, and his officers. And in the terrible brawl, not one voice could be distinguished from another. And the outer extreme pressed inward on every side, and presently the 800 million resembled a ball, a knot of darkness, with a dull and rumbling moan within, and fearful clamor on the surface, from which horrid smells issued in all directions. Dang. Wang T and her attendants. This is crazy, boy. This is crazy. Look at this. Wang T and her attendants hastened back to the throne of Osire, son of Jehovah, to tell what had happened. Osire said, what shall I do, O Father? Then the light of Jehovah came, and Jehovah spake, saying, consider my creation, my son. I made the young child to fall with few bruises, but the full-grown man falls heavily. Shall I make a separate rule to favor kings and queens on earth and false gods in heaven? No, truly. Behold, I will make of Davis an example in heaven and on earth also, because he has spurned his own name. Because he has spurned his own name, so will I make both angels and mortals to curse and shun the name Devas. Wow. Look at this. Osire said, proceed with my kingdom in the name of the Father. Let Devas rest a while as he is. After that, Osire departed, taking remainder of his host with him in his fire ship, and he went to a heavenly place to the westward where Saru was, being a false god with 10 million slaves. And Osire destroyed Saru's kingdom also. Next, he went to a heavenly place in the north where YAH'KI, a false god, had 70 million slaves. And Osire destroyed his kingdom also, liberating his slaves and putting a guard over YAH'KI. So in that way, Osire traveled throughout Atmospheria, demolishing all the heavenly kingdoms of the false gods, of whom there were in all 780. But many of them had less than 1 million subjects, for a total of 30 days, for a total of a month, 30 days, 30 earth days. It took Osire 30 days. Osire was engaged in destroying all the evil kingdoms in the lower heavens, and then the work was finished. Osire said to his host, for 30 days we labored in destroying that which was. Now will we rebuild Jehovah for another 30 days. Take the ship, therefore, to Vibraj, for there I will find my central kingdom. And after we have completed the work starting the second resurrection on a sure foundation, then we will go down to the earth and overturn the kingdoms of the false lords and men. Boy, it ain't playing no games, boy. Man, Osire didn't play with nobody about nothing. He ain't played with nobody about nothing, man. He wasn't playing. You dig? He wasn't playing at all. Y'all get some understanding. Go ahead and give me a 2 up in the chat, man. Give me a 2 up in the chat. Yeah, he wasn't playing no games at all. With nobody about nothing. You dig? Pull-up game was ridiculous. Man, they just pull up, blew right past security. Nigga, I'm not even playing with Blew right past, right over your wall, right over your battlements. You on your pool, right up to your throne. Overthrow your kingdom like a child throw toys around the house. Like, dang. You know what I mean? It is crazy, man. All right. How long we been on this deal, man? I'm gonna drop this link in this chat right here to see if anybody want to come on, chop it up a little taste. But you know, your boy, your big brother, Osire. All right. Son of the Creator. And again, we're not talking about, let me show this before we get up out of here again one more time. We're not talking about Osiris in Egypt. That's not who we're talking about. All right, we're talking about this guy here. We're talking about a guy that was around 7,000 years before him. This is the time period. We deal with timetables of prophecy over there. One of them timetables of prophecy. I'll show y'all that. All right. The cycle of Osire, study of physical science, astrology, astronomy, and natural philosophy. And what he had to do was clear out the lower heavens first. And then start bringing that inspiration on down. Again, this is the 21st arc cycle after the creation of mortals. Each arc cycle is 3,000 years on average. So 21 times 3, and I'll let you know around what time this was. You feel me? 10,353 BC to 7,053 BC, known as the Ark of Day, was when the Osiris we just was reading about was commanded by the Creator to clear up the lower heavens and to establish certain sciences and astronomy among the ancients. And just so happens the first astrological observatory, recently discovered in 1994, been buried for over 3,000, 4,000 years, dates right back to the same time period, 9600 BC. Same time period in which Osiris inspired the building of the first astrological observatories. The name of this astrological observatory is Gobekli Tepe. You got another one called a Kahan Tepe. They got a few other ones. All right. So that's the Ark of Day, Osiris the first, 21st arc cycle. All right. So this show you that we're not talking about this guy over here with this elongated head. He's 7,000 to 8,000 years after Osiris the first, all the way over here to the left. Osiris the first at the top, Ark of Day, that's the Earth. Year is 10,353 BC. 21st arc cycle, 22nd arc cycle, 23rd arc cycle is the Ark of Speda, and that's when you finally get over 1,200 years into the Ark of Speda, you finally get the rise of Osiris the false. See? So what we read in YAH'S is not about the god of Egypt that's worshipped, Osiris, that's painted in or on the judgment hall of Ma'at. That's this guy here, 27 BC. Who we reading about was around 8,000 years earlier. So no, we're not talking about we don't worship the false god Osiris over here. Sadly mistaken. I don't know what most of these cats be thinking. They be thinking they got something, but really they don't be having nothing. They don't really be having nothing. You feel me? Just to be real with you. Here, I'm gonna share one more thing too. So you got them timetables and it's different. Watch this right here, y'all. Share this right about. Let me show y'all timetables of prophecy. Pull this on up so y'all can see this slab. Yeah, boy, Osire wasn't playing no games though, man. I like how he just wasn't even with the rap. He wasn't even playing with you. He told old boy, look, I don't talk long with niggas like you. And then kept talking. He break his walls down and raise me 10,000 pillars of fire on this nigga. He did that, and every last one of them cried out for help. No. gonna stop it. He told old boy, let you tell you sweat. Let him sweat. He still think it's a game. I ain't playing with him. All right, timetables of prophecy right there. Y'all can see what I'm talking about. All the way to the far left are the cycles. 1 all the way down to like 25 up in there. Ark cycle 1. The name of the ark was the Ark of 1. BCE to CE timeline, north of 71,000 years ago. The angel over that ark cycle was an angel by the name of Sethantes, right there. So 1 is the ark cycle, the name of it. Sethantes is the name of the Etherian angel that was over it, called by the Creator. Just like Osiris we read, his title was an archangel, and it was the first era of man created. First era, man was created. All right. Over 71,000 years ago. So if that's ark cycle 1, we down in ark cycle 21. This lasted 3,300 years. Right? Started in 10,353 BC, ran down to 7,053 BC. The name of that ark cycle is the ark cycle of day. The name of the angel who was called by the Creator to handle his business was Osiris, and he was an Orion god. Right? Again, that's not the green nigga in spandex on the Judgment Hall of Ma'at. 6th era. And what did he bring in? Astrology and science. See that? And as we keep reading, we come back next time, we're gonna read into this, we're gonna read about the science and the math that he inspired. Right? And the zodiacs and all that. He first had to clear the earth up, though, clear the heavens up. So that's the timetables of prophecy. Those of y'all that study or watch be familiar with that. You know what I mean? You already know. Y'all know how we do. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can pull up Osiris and all them in here so y'all can see a better picture. Let me see something. Watch this. Judgment Hall. I'm finna go to my whatchamacallit. Pull up the Judgment Hall of my eye. Show y'all. Watch this. Show you how this works. Show you how this works. Judgment Hall. Right here. Bang. Somebody better tell these young boys that I do this. Ain't no game with you, boy. Yeah, I know a lot of you Millie Mouth Negroes thought I was playing. We not playing at all. About none of this. Show y'all the Judgment Hall of my eye. So I'm gonna be even more clear who we not talking about. Ooh. It's Osiris and Owaspy. Ooh. What about Thor and Apollo? Ooh. Y'all don't even know what y'all dealing with. Look at it. Y'all that don't know, this is the Judgment Hall of Ma'at. All right, this is the Egyptian so-called breakdown of the afterlife. Yep. So this green guy over here sitting on a throne with an elongated skull cap on, with leggings and tights on, is Osiris, the god of Egypt. Right? Who we was not reading about in Owaspy. This is Osiris the False. That came around 8,000 years after who we just was reading about. He took Osiris' name because Osiris was a famous cat that came and handled his business. So instead of laboring to establish their own name, they just take the name of famous gods from before them who was righteous, and they just changed the doctrine up. All right. So when we read in Owaspy, the book of Osiris or Osire, son of Jehovah, we're not talking about him. We're not talking about the Judgment Hall of Ma'at. We're not talking about none of that. Oh, Osiris and Isis and Horus. We ain't talking about them. We talking about Osiris, the Judgment Hall of Ma'at. All right, this is the Judgment Hall of Ma'at. All right, this is the Judgment Hall of Ma'at. We not talking about none of that. Osiris and Isis and Horus. We ain't talking about them. We What we just finished reading about was around 7,000 to 8,000 years earlier. All right. So if you know anything about this, you got the Amit, the jackal right here in the middle. If your heart ain't lighter than a feather, this nigga eat you and cast you into a lake of fire. This crocodile-headed dog right here. That's the Amit. This nigga with this eagle head is Tahuti. He's recording the weight of your heart and all that extra shit. All right. The cat that's walking you up here is Anubis. Right. This is you, the newly soul in white who just crossed over. You get taken by Anubis or Nubai up to the scale. He puts your heart right there on the scale. Tahuti records the weight over here with the eagle head. If your heart is not lighter than a feather, this alligator-headed dog eats you. Right? You get cast into a lake of fire. If your heart is lighter than a feather, then this same person right here to the left is now over here, a pass, right? And they're offered and they come before Osiris, this green god right here. And you allowed into paradise, into Osiris's field of the fields of Russia, something like that. Right? And these are supposed to be your ancestors up here, or Ma'at, the principle of Ma'at. All these people up here will be principles of Ma'at and all that. But that's the whole breakdown of the judgment hall of Ma'at, right? And the afterlife according to the so-called Commissions or the Egyptians. All right, Tahuti, right here with the eagle head, recording the weight of your heart. These are the scales. This is the Amit, the dog-headed alligator that eats you if your heart ain't lighter than a feather. This right here is Anubai that brings the freshly or the newborn spirit up for the scales. If your heart is lighter, you get over here and you get to go to Osiris's heaven and meet your God sitting on a throne. Sound familiar? If not, you get ate up by this jackal right here, the Amit, and get thrown into a lake of fire. So we're not talking about when we just read Osiris son Jehovah, that's not him. That's Osiris the false right there. The green god in leggings and wearing spandex with an elongated skull cap on. That ain't who we talking about. All right. Just wanted to show y'all that for a second. You dig? All right, let me get back here real quick. Bing. Bing. All right, stop screen. Bing. Bing, bing, bing. Wait. But yeah, throw me a vortex up in the chat if y'all got some understanding today, y'all. I'm about to get up out of here. If ain't nobody gonna get on, I'm gonna get out of here and enjoy the rest of this day. But that's how you run down the false god. You see what Osire was doing. He wasn't playing. And I thought that would be like encouraging to the brothers and sisters, right? Because Osire is a fakest that ain't playing. Now, he got low patience for any type of self-willed ignorance. In other words, if you out here on some BS, he gonna call you on it. And it's amazing to me how the creator used a gangster like him. You know what I mean? So the world and the false gods can know that the creator ain't playing. He said, I got something for him. I'm gonna call my boy Osire. There's a time like when you have children and you got to be kind of passive with your children, but those same children become adolescents and become teenagers and get headstrong. All right. So at that point, guess what? They get told or commanded what they can and what they can't do. You did. And at times they got to feel your power. And he said, so, and that's why I call my son Osire. It's time for the world and the false gods, that earth, to feel my power through my high-raised son. And Osire say, hey, I'm gonna stand on business, Pops. You ain't gotta worry about it. You dig? And he in 30 days cleared out the entire lower heavens. In 30 days. Didn't play with nobody about nothing. You feel me? So I thought that was real interesting. And if we keep reading, you'll see that he finally starts inspiring the sciences and all type of stuff, man. It's amazing. Even down to what the Ankh is. A lot of people don't know an ankh is a tool. Y'all around here thinking it's a symbol. It looks pretty. It has to do with the union of the male and the female to make life, and it's the committee and cross. You don't even know what the ankh really is. The ankh is a tool. It's a tool. It's really like a key to a star map, but it's a tool that was used based off the ancients so you could avoid famine. You will know when to plant and when to harvest and how to properly avoid famine. That's what the ankh was used for. You dig? Osiris and not instigated, but introduced all that. Osiris the first, the son of the creator, not the false one. He introduced all that. Yeah, the ankh is a tool, man. Just like a shovel is a tool, just like a wrench is a tool, like a screwdriver is a tool. The ankh is a tool. It's like it's a key to the heavens, right? And based off how you use it, you can learn how to avoid famine. You see what I'm saying? So you got people that worship the ankh. That's like worshiping a screwdriver. Why would you do that? It's a tool. It's a tool. Most y'all think it's just good artwork and it looks groovy and it's just life of the male and the female and some of y'all think it's a god. Some of y'all think it needs to be worshiped and all that. And the whole time, y'all, it's a shovel. It's a flashlight. It's a wrench. It's a screwdriver. It's a tool that was introduced through Osiris so the ancients would know how to avoid famine by properly reading the heavens. I say something wrong? I say something wrong? Huh? No, somebody mad about something. Say something wrong? No. We just bring the light out. That's it. You running around here, got ankhs tatted all on you, think it's godly. It's a tool. It's a screwdriver. It's a shovel. It's a wrench. It's a flashlight. It's a tool. And if used properly, you could read the heavens and learn how to avoid famine. You know what I mean? And that's later on in the book of Osiris, if you really understood what it was. You know what I mean? Well, it's all good, man. Love and light family. You dig? Love and light family. It's all to the good. If anybody got any more questions, I'm going to go ahead and fall up out of here and fall back and get a few things done. The short leggers are starting to, can't let the short leggers run the asylum. You say what, baby?
Can I say shalom?
Say shalom, baby.
Shalom.
What's up, little joker? What's good? What you doing? I'm about to get off this live. What you mean what I'm doing? I know. Did you take a shower?
Yeah.
Hey. Boy, I heard you got the runs.
Yeah.
You got the runs?
Like his poop.
Hezzy gonna have the runs. Boy, you better put you some socks on.
Hezzy poop. Jeremiah poop smelled like the trash.
Eating them burnt brownies from last night. Watch out, baby. All right, y'all. I'm about to get up out of here. Short leggers is on the prowl. They say shalom to all you short leggers. Y'all say shalom.
Shalom.
Short leggers is crazy.
Boy.
Short leggers is crazy. Okay. Shit, bang, bang, bang. Yeah, just me. What you say? If you think about it, it looks like a shovel. Y'all, the ankh is a tool. When I read that, I was like, dang, that makes sense. And today, people be like, oh, man, you worshiping another god if you got an ankh. No, it's not. Okay, well, if I hang a shovel around my neck, you got to say the same thing. No, it's a tool. That's all it is. It's a tool. That's all it is. It's nothing else. Nigga got an people be ready to go crazy. People got an ankh on. He got an ankh on his shirt. You be ready to lose your mind. Or people that wear the ankh be just so out like it's something sacred. Ooh, it's gonna protect me. It's the Comedian cross. No, boo-boo, it's a shovel. It's a screwdriver. It's a flashlight. It's just a tool, y'all. That's all it is. It's a tool. If properly used, you can read the heavens with and avoid famine. Okay? That's all it is. If you understand that, and I got some understanding today. Go ahead and throw me a vortex in the chat. Hezekiah. Nope. That's it for right now. All right. That you just had some.
Shalom, y'all. And Abba, how did you put your stuff on YouTube?
Huh?
How did you put your stuff on YouTube?
Oh, this a lie, baby girl. Mm-hmm.
So that's how you put your stuff on YouTube?
Mm-hmm.
That's how you put your stuff on YouTube?
Yeah, I just hit live. You know what I'm talking about? Jeremiah, what you doing?
Hey, look, I'm wearing your bandana.
I know. All them, I got my bandana on and everything. You trying to emulate me?
Yeah, I want to be like you.
You want to be like, then why is you clutching on me, little girl? What's up?
Because I want to fight.
You want to fight?
Yeah, I want you to jump me.
And then you want to fight too? Hammerhead Joker? You didn't hit that noggin. I told you. Watch out, boy. You can get on my back in a minute. Hold on, baby.
Okay.
Hey, would you say Mayaka tool to make some potato and avocado tacos with hot sauce? Right. Yeah, it's just a tool, man. That's all it is, y'all. Nothing more, nothing less. There's no reason to get spooked out over it. Some people be going crazy over it. You know what I mean? There's really no reason for any of it. All right, let me see. So, what's wrong, man? You all right? Yeah, I play. All right, let me show you how that real quick since I'm talking. Hold on, baby. Y'all little jokers is crazy. I'm gonna show it to y'all right here. Here we go. Hey, y'all gotta be quiet. I'm not done yet.
Okay.
Let me show this to y'all and I'm gonna get out of here. Hey, Uncle NehemiYAH say he gonna bring that belt out on y'all. If you don't want to whoop it, you better be quiet. All right. They said okay, Nee. All right, here we go right here. Show you how it is. Yeah, there's plenty of oranges right there. I ain't got no problem. Eat all the oranges if you want to. Nah, just keep. No, I'm saying yeah, but you know, just grab one at a time. You got to throw them up and make them soft and catch them. Shh. Let's just show y'all something real quick. This is the book of Osire, chapter 12. Show you these little star maps. Hey, I told y'all I'm live. Be quiet. Let me finish it. Let me finish this real quick. Have one of them open it up for you. All right, so let me show this real quick. Now look at this. Yep. Chapter 12, Osire, son of Jehovah. Osire, through his mathematicians, now furnished the lords with maps of corporeal stars and the sun belt. So he gave them star maps, right? Look what it say right there, y'all. Zodiac and the what? Ankh. O-N-K. It's the Ankh. Osire, through his mathematicians, now furnished the lords with maps of corporeal stars and the sun belt. Zodiac, Ankh, and bestowed names of animals upon them. That's why you got your Leo and your Sagittarius and all that. You know what I mean? The Osiris is the one that established the divisions of the years and the zodiacs and all that. Look at it. Show the position of the moon, sun, and the earth in it. Hey, did I tell y'all be quiet? Or y'all can go back upstairs for a minute. Y'all got to take him upstairs. Yeah. Look at it. It said right here, show the position of the moon, sun, and the earth in it. Show where the region of cows was, the place of bulls, the place of birds, the place of horses, the place of fishes, the place of scorpions, the place of sheep, the place of lions, the place of crabs, the place of Sagittarius, the place of Gemini, the place of Capricorn, and marked the seasons and made 12 sections to the year, which was the width of the sun belt. The width of the sun belt. That's crazy. And he placed the sun in the center of the belt and made lines from there to the stars with explanations of the powers of the seasons on all the living. Look at that. Look at this. And he gave the times with Jehovah, the 400 years of the ancients, and the half times of the damn, the base of prophecy, the vibrations of 33 years, the variations of 33 years, the times of 11, and the 7.5 times of the vortices of the stars, so that the seasons could be foretold and famines averted on the earth. Ball game. Ball game. Look at this. Verse 4. Verse 4. When the tablets were completed, what tablets? The star maps that Osire just gave to the lords, right? The lower lords, and they will inspire mortals through that. And that's why the world or the earth or the year is divided into 12 sections. You got your zodiacs. None of that is by happenstance. All right. When the tablets were completed and ready to deliver to the lords, Osire said, take these and bestow them on mortals, both through the oracles and by inspiration, making them sacred with the prophets, seers, priests, and their kings and queens. And you shall inspire them to build temples of observation, to study the stars. Remember, this is 12,000 years ago. And it just so happens that Göbekli Tepe was built 12,000 years ago during this arc cycle. That's the proof we got that Osire is real, and that Owaspy is real, because they just discovered Göbekli Tepe in 94, but it was built in 9600 BC and had been covered up and buried for thousands of years. And you shall inspire them to build temples of observation, to study the stars, teaching by the Gal and by the travel of the sun, north and south, and by the North Star, and by dark chambers, so that they can prove the thickness of how, for all that can be done or taught shall be, all that can be done or taught shall be to prove man's corporeal senses adequate for a perfect corporeal life. You see that? Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Niggas think it's a game. See, during Osire's time, is when the first astrological observatories were being built. Where it is, right there. Göbekli Tepe. Built circa 9600 BC. Do the math. That's 12,000 years ago. That's during this time period. That's the arc cycle of day was 10,353 BC. That's when it started, and it ended 7,053 BC. So 9600 BC is right in this arc cycle right here. And just so happened in 1994 that this was discovered, the first astrological observatory. And on its pillars, guess what, y'all? Crabs, cows, all the different astrological animals that's out there are all on the pillars of Göbekli Tepe. You see that? That's how real they get, man. Like, dealing with Owaspy, we put everything on a timeline. And just so happened, that proves that the inspiration or the download that JBN got back in 1881 is true. Because how is he writing about an Osire? And Osire not only is talking about the zodiacs and dividing everything up, right? But he also inspired for the first astrological observatories to be built during this time period. And guess what? Written in 1881, but wasn't discovered to 1994 and dated to the same time period. Owaspy cold, boy, ice cold. Stop playing. Stop playing. You dig? Owaspy is ice cold. And I be trying to just tell cats, like, you might want to slow down and go back over. Go back over what it is that you saying that we ain't talking about, because it's all over this way, man. You dig? But until then, y'all, love and light, get out. Until then, love and light. I'm about to hang on back, man. Right on for swinging through, chopping up with your bro. How to handle a false god, part 1, story of Osire, the son of the creator. You dig? Share it with all the haters, jaw jackers, and naysayers. Share it with those who may be inspired. It's all good, man. But the gang is here. And whenever you look at anything dealing with the conscious community, it all sounds like Charlie Brown now. It sounds irrelevant. You dig? Because if there's a brighter light in the sky that's brighter than the sun, you naturally gonna look at it. You're naturally gonna attract it because it's brighter, it's lighter. You dig? And that's all we bring. We're bringing a higher light to the table. We all. everybody knows it. That's why everybody's trying to avoid or ignore us. You feel? But you seen that light bomb go off over there. You heard it and you saw it. That megaton light bomb go off. You dig? So look, love and light to everybody. Pray for each other, but more importantly, pray for yourselves. And realize the Creator is within you. Direct your prayers in. The Creator is right within you. You dig? Protection, peace, love, wisdom, healing. You know what I mean? Victory, like whatever it may be. You know what I mean? Direct it all the way in. You know what I mean? And then see it, feel it, claim it. And when you see it, when you feel Creator moving through you, direct the healing. Lay your hands on something and direct the healing. Healing is our healing, oh Creator. Like, look, that's what Osire was doing. He was like, light of our light, oh Jehovah. Love of our love. You dig? And Creator get the movement, man. You dig? So love and light, family. I'm about here. Right on for tapping in with your brother. Creator gang, baby. You bring them, we raise them. I'm about this deal. Love is love. Love, light, and power to you all.